Councilman Ivy if he will offer our invocation, and Councilman Ellison if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, as we come before thee, we ask thee to give us blessings. We might do our jobs well. We might listen and be attentive, and we might have patience and understanding of other people's point of view. Father, we're thankful for all the many blessings that we enjoy. We live in such a beautiful city, such a beautiful state. We're thankful for all the blessings that we have. We love you very much. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Please stand and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Move on to item 1, approval of the agenda. We do need to remove item 7A at the request of the applicant. They have withdrawn their application from the city at this point. So 7A and then 9D on the special event for a birthday party, they asked that to be removed also. So 7A and 9D.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the agenda by removing items 7A and items 9D and leaving the rest in place.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second.
Turek, aye.
Nice and aye.
Bellis tonight.
IDI.
Thank you. Our agenda is approved for this evening. Item 2, announcements. It's my pleasure that we introduce our 2017-2018 Washington City Royalty. We thank you for being here, and parents, if they're here too, we thank you so much. Councilman Turek had the pleasure of being there, and he was telling me that you're also talented. You should be on, what do they call it on TV?
The Voice.
The Voice. But I would like to announce them, and I would like to have all of you, the princess, come up first, introduce herself, and introduce her court. Miss Washington is Brooke Hall. Our first attendant is Hannah Obrey. Her second attendant is Miranda Sorensen, and her Miss Congeniality is Kinley Von Cannon. Did I say that right? Thank you. Come on up. Up right here. Microphone.
I'm Brooke Hall. I'm 15 years old and I'm the new Miss Washington City. I'm so excited for this year to serve in my royalty, and I can tell it's going to be a great year. I go to Desert Hills Middle School. I'm only a freshman, and my parents are Jeff and Crystal Hall.
Are they here?
Not at the moment.
Are they going to be here?
Yeah.
They can wave on the way out. Thank you.
I'm Hannah Obrey. I'm 16 years old. I attend Pineview High School. I'm super excited for this opportunity to serve, and my parents are John and Heidi Obrey.
Are they here?
My mom.
Wave on.
I'm Miranda Sorensen. I'm 17 years old and I'm homeschooled. My mom is Lisa Sorensen and my dad is Mark Sorensen. And yeah, I'm so excited to serve this year. Thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kinley Von Cannon. My parents are Ryan and Kim Von Cannon. I'm 15. I go to Pineview Middle School, and I'm super excited to serve as Miss Congeniality this year.
Are your parents here?
Yeah.
We want to congratulate the parents for raising the great daughters. Thank you. Put on your calendar May 6th. That's the mayor's breakfast up on Buena Vista and Main Street for the Ironman. We want you to come help us serve if you can. May 6th. Yeah, we appreciate that. I think we ought to give him a big hand, huh, folks?
Mayor, I'll just echo, there was actually 9 young women that competed that night. They were all very, very talented, very beautiful. And I leaned over to the judges and I said, man, I'm glad I don't have to make any decisions tonight, because it would have been a difficult decision. But congratulations to you young gals, and we'll look forward to having you at our events through the community this year.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to go. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Any to declare at this time, gentlemen? I would like to excuse Councilwoman Granger. She is out of town this week and will join us at our next city council workshop meetings. Anything to declare at this time? If not, we'll move on to our consent agenda to approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 2/24, 3/7, 3/8, 3/21, and 3/22, 2017, and also our board audit report for March 2017. Any questions or comments on any of those items?
Barring none, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second.
Ivy, aye.
Nice and aye.
Turek, aye.
All right, thank you. Those are approved. Item 5, plat amendment. Consideration to approve an amendment to the Creekside Townhomes plat located at 250 West, 200 South, applicant Northern Star Investments, I believe, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. Zoom in on the part that we're mostly talking about tonight. The applicant is requesting approval of the amended final plat for Creekside Townhomes. This particular amendment request is simply to remove a unit from the sixplex, thus making it a fiveplex, allowing for larger units on the exterior of this, and it's units 121, 22, 23, 24, 25. There used to be a 126 to the left side of 25. That's what's being removed. 121 and 125 will now expand a little bit in their size, and that's what the owner was wanting to do, having trouble selling the sixplexes and likes this unit a little bit better. Thus, they're in for this amendment. Also added to this plat was a water easement that is addressing a water line owned by the city of St. George. And we're part owner, but it's mostly under city of St. George, and that runs along this boundary here that you can see in the dotted area there, right, to the right of units 120 through 15, etc. That was absent from the previous plat. It was an old line that's been there for a long, long time, and again, we're all in conjunction with using that, but the ownership is under St. George Water Company. So that's been added to the plat as well. Staff reviewed the proposed amended final plat and finds it conforms to the zoning at this particular location, which is PUD. The subdivision still remains in conformance with the subdivision ordinance of the city. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their April 5th, 2017 meeting last week. Several homeowners within the development showed up. If you've read the minutes, you can see their comments at that time. They were voicing concerns about promises given to them at time of purchase. They were instructed as to the fact that we can only enforce items that are part of the PUD approval or the plat approval in this case as well. We will not be able to enforce agreements or promises made between the buyer and the seller at time of purchase. Some of those were people were promised a backyard area or fenced in, and mostly it's these units in between here is one of the comments brought up. I went back and pulled the PUD, the original plat. It's all in common area, not limited common area. So if those were promised by the seller or the real estate agent, it's not anything that we can enforce. In fact, it probably wouldn't be appropriate to put enclosed backyards there because they would need to be labeled limited common area.
Didn't this change hands anyway?
It did change hands from the original. That's why I went back and pulled the original PUD, and it is a bit different than this, but some of the councilmen who've been on here for a while, and it might only be Councilman Turek from the original approval. This had to change, as you recall, the design of it because of the wall that had to be taken care of on this west boundary. There was that's the big wall and Walmart sits above. And because when they got into the construction of that, they came back and had to change the design, and that went through the city council. And this was the plat was approved back in 14 with a whole new design on it for this. And things that were added was this parking area, as I recall, and a few others. But another question was raised by one of the homeowners there was about the open space area. Would it all be landscaped? And that I'm here to assure you, I did look at the PUD, and everything up above, at least the river on that plain, all these open space and common areas will be landscaped. It will be required in there as part of their PUD. The question was this corner mostly because it is in a dirt state right now. It's because this building, of course, has not been built, this fiveplex. And so when that comes and for those to get finalized out, we'll make sure this landscaping in this southwest corner will be maintained, and everything around it as well be put in. And then they'll work their way down to this east side and build these units. One that would be 109 through 120 will come also at a future date.
So Drew, before the C of O on these units,
that area
be
yes, that area will be taken care of. That's kind of how we've done it in the past. I kind of follow along. We don't want to put landscaping in, and then all of a sudden when they build the building, because with all the stuff that's going, they tear it up and have to replace it. So we've been kind of aware of that. We've only made them put it in after those buildings are at their C of Os. We then make them landscape those areas and catch up. And so this southwest corner here will then be caught up as these buildings get their C of Os in 121 through 25, and we'll follow the project around. But I did want to point out that indeed I did go back, look at the original, and it showed all the landscaping, which I knew it did. But the biggest thing was to see if there was ever portrayed backyards, private yards, and on none of the exhibits I found were any backyards ever portrayed fenced areas as part of this project. Some of them come that way, some of them don't. This one did not get portrayed that way. And again, they would have to amend their plat to do it anyway, because that would definitely fall within the category of limited common area. And there's only common area and ownership on this, as you can see. And it's the buildings, the footprint thereof is the private ownership. Everything else is common area owned by the entire development and through an HOA. So just wanted to clarify that for those that are here and for the council. As I looked into that, if you read through the minutes, you find that. So it looks like it is what it is. And the other thing I pointed out, the meeting, is that, to even hold this up, they could still go through and still continue to build the buildings. It wouldn't stop them from doing that because they have a recorded plat and they'd be following the PUD. So there wasn't really much we could do anyway, because they do have a green light to go on those others and the plat as it is now. So this, I think, will just enhance the project. Losing a unit always will help, and the units are a little bit bigger. And we've had this happen in different projects. We come back and they like how the bigger ones turn out. The best example of that's Coral Ridge up by the fishing pond at the end of Highway 9. Came back and got rid of a lot of the narrow sixplexes and went to fourplexes and built bigger units, because those are the ones that were selling. So just as an example. So with that, the Planning Commission, again, as I stated, reviewed this. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended final plat for the Creekside Townhomes amended subdivision to the City Council. And that's based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. Again, the only condition that stands out above the standard 5 is number 6, that the utility connect stubbed and reserved for unit number 126 will be required to be removed and capped at the source of their origination. We just do that again so we don't have any leaks or anybody accidentally grabbing if they're doing any work through there, and all of a sudden creates a massive problem because a stub was left out there just in the ground. And so that's just the extra requirement that we'll have for this particular application. So I'll be glad to answer any questions the council might have pertaining to this.
As I recall, there's some history on that water line of the left being shown. Is that worth elaborating on?
Well, I just to give you the quick history on this, a while back I get a call from the City of St. George Water Director, Superintendent, telling me I've got to put a stop to this subdivision. We've got problems, and I had no idea what he was talking about. That he's got a pipe in there that he's worried about, and they ever had. He just went on, and I said, well, tell me I have a prescriptive easement, and I said, so a judge gave you a prescriptive easement. You have a legal description of your easement. Well, there isn't one. It's prescriptive. And I kept saying, well, you're using that word kind of loosely, because the only person who can give you, quote unquote, a prescriptive easement the judge, and he claims that it's prescriptive. I said, have you gone before a judge? Well, no, I don't have to. I says, well, then you can't call it prescriptive anymore. And so we went on this, and I ended up getting a hold of Lester, and he'd gone to Lester already, and he was just hitting all of us that he could. And I knew that they'd be having to come back. We had an issue with the retaining wall that we've cleaned up and taken care of between the ownerships of what happened and the exchange of hands there, and took care. We had an issue with that wall, that retaining wall, because it originally didn't get a building permit. We've fixed all that stuff, and so that's when this water line came about. So I said, well, I know that they're going to be coming and doing an amendment because I had been contacted by Rosenberg saying that the owner wanted to do this a while back. So I said, just hold tight. I'll work with the engineer and see if we can get it on. And it all worked out. And so they went and found where that water line was, and it was in the middle of this particular dotted area. So that's the little bit quick history on that water line that's been there and has been there for a long
If it
time.
ruptured, that we were going to have a problem with those units? I mean, what was his
Well, he was
concern?
worried that if they have to get in there and rip out that retaining wall, that they're not going to have to put it
Well,
back. They
more
wanted
with
to
the
make
wall
sure. Yeah.
situation, not so much the units.
Yeah, not the units. It was more that retaining wall because it's right at the foot, within a couple of feet, and he didn't want to make sure the owner knew that if they had to go in there and that wall had to be, that it's not their responsibility to fix it because they do have an easement. And I said, well, you really don't at this point. That was what I tried to explain. Lester and I tried to really let him understand. We'll try to get you one, but right now you don't. Yeah, everybody knows, or you all think everybody knows your water line's there, but until it's on a recorded document, it's just hearsay, so to speak. Your word against everybody else's. So I'm glad they got that taken care of. Yeah, I told the owner, don't try to fight with them. It's just in everybody's interest to get it taken care of, because we could go through all the formalities, and more than likely the judge would have gave it to him, because a lot of people here know there's that water line. It's been there forever. So I said, let's just not have to go there. Let's just put it here and get it done, and it's on the paper. So it all worked out good. I hope everybody's happy, but it was a mountain that turned in from a molehill, but it's all good. We're all good now. Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I was here at Planning Commission when the homeowners came up, and not knowing all the facts, admittedly, it's somewhat frustrating or disappointing to me that they wouldn't work together to mitigate some of the concerns that were brought up.
I hope they do too, but these are the things we, end up dealing with. It's when it gets to the stage, and again, unfortunately, promises are made all the time out there. We talk about this many times in our meetings. If we could uphold all the promises that were made, but we just can't, at the time of those purchases. And that's one of the things we deal with my whole career. I'm so used to hearing my real estate agent promise me, or the developer promise me. And if it's not on black and white like this or something, it's hard, because again, we don't have any authority to go back and do that. So, which is a hard thing, especially.
Any other questions for Drew or for the applicant? Oh, all right. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the amendment to the Creekside Townhomes plat located at 250 West and 200 South.
I have a motion. I have a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Turek, aye.
Nice night.
Ellis and I.
IVI.
Thank you very much. Move on to our public hearings. Item 6, item A, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request, C-17-13, to amend the current zoning designation for Washington Vista to allow for an extraction overlay zone located approximately 2300 north, 700 west. Applicant Mantlo. Before we get started, I know there's a lot of you folks out there that I don't know which one you're here for, if you're here for all of them, but we'd like to hear from all of you. So I want you all want to talk, but that would take till 3 a.m. So I would like to ask that you formulate in your mind something you can give us for about 3 minutes, and we'll time you on that. And so we can allow everybody that would like to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant is requesting approval to add the extraction overlay zone designation to this currently zoned planned unit development PUD zone property. The area requested is approximately 4.15 acres in size and located approximately 2300 north, 700 west. The area we're specifically talking about is the green area. Anything that's white or gray or orange yellow, I'm not sure what that, I'll call it orange. It's just the green area is what's asking for the extraction overlay zone and where they'll be doing the processing of this. The proposed change is for the purpose of having the availability to crush excessive rocks from the development from the Washington Vista residential project. These rocks either need to be crushed and used on site in the form of road base and lot preparation, or they need to be hauled off the site to other locations somewhere in the Washington County area, depending on that particular contractor's destination where they need to go. The applicant has shown in their text and write-up that the bottom line is a choice of 90 semi-truck loads of material being driven down Green Spring Drive with the on-site crushing and distribution of materials. It's that or versus a approximate 545 semi-truck loads driven down either up or down Green Spring Drive without the extraction overlay zone. In other words, they can use a lot of it there and just narrowed it down, but if they can't do it, they're going to have to haul it off and then bring other stuff in, and that's why the number of truckloads has gone from approximately 90 to 100 up to 500 plus. So that's what the difference is right here. In other words, there's 7,000 tons of rock exist and have to be dealt with on the site, with an additional 2,000 tons needed for road base and pad preparation that would have to be hauled in by semi-truck. This is why staff has no recommendation. It's a toss, and it was hard for me, and as I speak of staff, this particular staff is but I can see why the application is being applied for to cut down on semi-truck hauling activity. If there's the other side of noise, dust, aesthetics, etc. Also, the applicant is not given, and at that time at the Planning Commission, a time limit, but we have come up with that by the Planning Commission recommendation. So with that, the overlay zone as outlined in the city code would most likely not have to be strictly adhered to in this case because of the limited part that they're asking for. And we went through, I did not give any conditions, but during the Planning Commission public hearing, for those who were there, we came up with a list of those that the Planning Commission wanted to put on. Just to get to the point, the Planning Commission at their March 15th public hearing meeting unanimously recommended approval of Z-17-13 for the extraction overlay zone request, adding it to the current existing PUD zoning designation. And this was passed on to you, the City Council, with the findings and the conditions. And if it's okay, Mayor, I'll just quickly go through those 7 conditions. Again, these were the ones added to by the Planning Commission. Number 1, that no part or portion of the extraction operation will be permitted closer than 300 feet to a residential subdivision or within 100 feet to a public right-of-way, except for accessory access roads. Number 2, a grading permit will be obtained from Washington City Public Works Department before work commence. 3, extraction operations shall be strictly controlled so as to minimize any possible contamination of any groundwater. Again, these mostly come from our ordinance that talks about, they just picked the ones they thought were applicable for this. Number 4, the hours of operation will be limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., excluding Sundays. No work shall be done on that day or legal holidays. All equipment, number 5, all equipment on and off site utilizing the extraction process shall be operated and maintained so as to minimize the creation and dissemination of noise and vibration from the site. Access of hauling roads on the site shall be maintained in a dust-free condition. Number 6, an MPDES permits will be provided to the city where appropriate. And number 7, and this is that time limit condition, 45 calendar days will be allowed, and this was agreed to by the applicant, allowed for the overlay zone approval, and an additional 15 calendar days may be applied for and granted by staff due to the weather or other related delays of downtime. The time limit will start the day after the City Council approval of the extraction overlay zone if it is approved. So those were the 7 conditions the Planning Commission put with their recommendation of approval. And with that, I'll answer any questions that the council might have. Well, I think they already have a grading permit. You know, that was, again, that's what the Planning Commission put. They went through all the And this is to, they probably weren't thinking that, or under the aware that this project's already been going on. So we didn't, think about that at the planning commission meeting. They already have an overall grading permit. So it's just that, again, everything will be limited to this side. And if they have to amend that, we'll let Public Works decide if they need to amend that grading permit in any way. I'll leave that in Mike's lap and hope he's okay. But they'll look that over. Him and Lester will see if we need to amend the grading permit. They already do have one.
As I recall, they originally submitted for 30 days, but the planning commission didn't feel like they were going to be able to get it done. So the planning commission actually said, well, we'd be open to extending that a little bit to 45 days, correct?
Correct.
And they're certain that they can get it done before you get the time frame, because there was a question that was brought up to me the other day about, hey, maybe we change this from a 45-day window to as needed, so that we send 1 or 2 trucks here, 1 or 2 trucks there, and we're not running a series of trucks for a month and a half. I don't know if that ever got brought up to you or not.
No, I don't recall that conversation. So
Brought up to me that hey, maybe we change the 45-day deal and just do it on a quantity or
X amount of trucks a day.
yeah.
Period.
I'm not really comfortable with open-end time frame anyway.
No, I don't. I think it needs to have a date, a stop date. I mean, it really does, because then and if they get there, we can look at if they run into problems. Like I say, sometimes weather or other things happen, machines break down, whatever it may be, they can at least apply for that and have that opportunity. So
I went up there where they're already running that rig. I guess the only thing that really bothered me about it is it's right on the edge of that ravine where I don't want to see that stuff getting built up, pushed over the side. Really wish they were going to stop climbing more to the west away from that ravine, because that ultimately, when they do their subdivision up there, is going to be what they're building again. I'd like to try and keep that native aesthetically
Right.
clean, I guess. So
well, I thought they indicated they were going to stockpile on the west side of this.
they got 2 big stockpiles. They got one that's southwest, and then they've got one right there at the rig. And there you can see already by the grading line, they're already kind of pushing that boundary where
Yeah.
it would be nice if we stockpile a little bit more than that where you know potentially push that over to the side. I don't want to see that.
Mr. Elman, I have a question also. If you're done, Councilman. This may be more for the applicant, but what I'd be interested in is it talks about minimizing and disseminating noise, vibration, and negative effects to the homeowners. I'd like to know what their plan is to mitigate. I want to know, how often are we going to water and keep the dust down? Because I know there was a lady here at Planning Commission, one of the homeowners, that had a concern about some things, and I think that it's a good idea to do it, but I would like to know what's going to be done. That it's not just an idle effort to protect the residents, but there's actually something in place that will protect them.
Maybe I can answer something. As far as noise from the rig, I was having a conversation, from me to the cameras away, and it was not difficult to have that conversation. So it's loud, but it's not going to carry all the way down. This thing's way up there, away from where it is.
Probably more about the dust, I guess.
The dust,
that was
as it gets tracked, is probably going to be a bigger issue.
Is there a watering plan or an idea for that? I mean, is there
Well,
people on
the-
site to do that if it needs to be done?
Hi, Eric McFadden with Premier Design. It's stated in the grading manual that they will water daily, and
You have someone on site that
correct, they have a
would
water
make
truck
sure
and a
that that
water
gets
pole.
done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions like that?
Any questions for Drew or the applicant? Fine. This is a public hearing. That means we invite the public. Anybody here that has an interest or not in this project?
No know that the applicant was wondering on the timeline situation, if the physical crushing was done and the crushing machine was removed within that 45 days, could the time be extended for them hauls like you were speaking? From just the stockpile area. If the crushing and the noise and all
That's
that
where I don't,
determines going.
that's where I have kind of some heartache on an open-ended.
Maybe not
What's that
open-ended,
time
maybe 30 more days just so they can help mitigate. It's going to help with traffic, number one, not hauling them trucks every day. But we all know that intersection down at the freeway is not very friendly.
No, I understand that. I understand that. And I understand that the reasoning behind it too. Because they want to haul that over to Ivans. They don't want to have to double haul it. They want to haul it as they can take it.
Correct.
Not haul it and then remove it. But the issue for me is the people in the area. I mean, I'd rather be uncomfortable for a short period of time than uncomfortable off and on for a long period of time. So it's either do we limit it by quantity of trucks? Do we limit it by days or date certain? I guess
They have no
I
problem.
guess
They have
I'd
no.
ask a suggestion on what the plan was, because what's been submitted here is we want 45 days. If you want to deviate from that, resubmit something, a different plan.
Correct.
I'd be happy to look at it.
I think they'll be fine with it. They honestly think they'll be done crushing by the end of next week. So I think 45 days, and if there's any weather issues, should be fine.
What type of rock is it?
It's basalt. It's a bunch of overburden from the other phases that was dumped up there a while ago. And they're just trying to get rid of it because they can't really use it for anything. It's just ugly rock. Accordingly, yeah, I don't know. I'm out of that loop. But
Some of it was.
It's gonna have to
tested,
meet
some
spec
of it
if they're gonna use it.
hasn't been tested yet.
yeah, and that'll be up to them.
If it doesn't meet spec, it can't be used, right? Except to build a block. So that's why
If it were basalt, it wouldn't on its own without being added, I don't think.
Excuse me.
I said if it were basalt, it wouldn't make spec without being added to other fillers.
I'm not a
That's coming from a
geotechnical
geologist. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, anything from the public? Anything from the council? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve.
Yeah, right, just to close. Right.
We're just closing the
We're just closing the public
public
hearing.
I'd make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second.
Sorry, guy.
Nice night.
IBI.
Thank you. Item B, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request Z-17-14 to change the current zoning designation from agricultural 20, acre lots A20 to single family, residential single family 15,000 square foot lots, R-1-15 zone located approximately 240 west, 3830 south, applicant Lester Jessup.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requesting approval of the change of zoning of approximately 9.8 acres. The requested change is from the current zoning of, as stated, Ag 20 to a single-family residential 15,000 R115 zoning designation. The R115 request is simply for the purpose of developing the parcel into a future residential development at a future date. The general plan land use designation for this location is the low-density residential, which carries with it a 3 to 4 dwelling unit per acre density ratio. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is R115 to the north, St. George City to the east, Ag 20 to the south, and RA1 with bonus density to the west. Staff's,
City to the west.
what's that?
St. George City to the west, right?
No, that's us. That RA1 right there that you see is us.
No, I know that. You said St. George City to the east, RA1 to the west.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had those flipped around. I must have had my paper turned upside down. But you are correct. St. George is that way. Washington City, the RA1 is that way on the map. So thank you for that point. Staff reviewed the requested zone change and finds that it conforms to the general plan and to the zoning ordinance. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 15th, 2017 meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-17-14 to the City Council. for the zone change request from Ag 20 to R115. And that's based on the findings that you see in the report. Be glad to answer any questions that you might have on the application. I will just note that I think the residents to the north, Cobblestone, are really hopefully looking forward to this because of some of the issues you can see vaguely underneath those slash lines have been a problem for those good folks, and they've been patient and appreciate their patience as we try to work through, but this will help clean that up tremendously. That's why I'm real excited about this application, to be honest. So.
Any questions for Drew or the applicant at this time? If not, I will open this section for a public hearing. If not, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So made.
Seconded.
A motion and a second.
ADI.
Ellis and I.
I submit.
Turk, aye.
Thank you. See that one again in 2 weeks. Item C, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request Z-17-15 to change the current zoning designation from planned unit development to a revised planned unit development zone located approximately Bella Vista Drive and 100 South. Applicant SJ Property Holdings, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just trying to decide which of the four is going to be the best one to kind of bring up. They're all very similar, but we'll go with this one. It looks as clean as any of the others. So, as stated, the applicant's request and approval to change the zoning of approximately 7.12 acres. And the requested change is from the current zoning of planned unit development, which is an old PUD, many years old, to a proposed new planned unit development zoning designation. The PUD request is for the purpose of developing the parcel into a multifamily townhome project consisting of 345 townhome units. The name of the proposed development would be called the Sunwood Bella Vista. The general plan land use designation for this area is medium high density. There's several of them here. The medium high density covers this main rectangle north of Bonnie Lane from east to west, from the Turner Storage over to Horizons West. That's where the medium high density lies. Also, there is medium density south of Bonnie Lane in the other areas that you see there with the indication of the units themselves. And so those are medium density category. Now the medium high density carries a 7 to 12 dwelling unit per acre density ratio, and the medium density carries a 4.5 to 6 dwelling unit per acre density ratio. The surrounding zoning of this parcel is RA2 and C2 to the north, PUD to the west and east, and open space with R18 to the south, and that R18 zoning is Bella Vista at Stone Mountain itself. The density ratio for this proposed development, the developable portion of the project comes out to be 7.4 dwelling units per acre, and that's for the whole development. I went through, there was questions about the density ratios of the others, and found, and again, PUDs, we know we allow for mixed variations of things. That's why we have the PUD option. And as I went through and took what was designated by the council back on the general plan amendment, that area that was supposed to be R110, the other part that was R18, and then added the medium high density, and went through and did all those calculations. And what I came up with is that the dwelling units per acre, if we blend it all together to take the average, it would have been 350 units. So they're coming in at 345. It's like neck and neck right there. So
Based on, now say that again.
what I did is took the acreage of the middle area that was the medium high density, the 7 to 12 dwelling units. And then this area here was kind of designated by the council back when they came from the general plan amendment through a negotiation. This was told to be medium density, but they wanted to see this part R110. And then this part was given the assignment to be R18. So I took all those, the acreage, and then the densities that go with those acreages, and formulated them all together, this one would have been in the R18 area, would have had a density ratio of 81 units possible in it. The one over here would have had 36 dwelling units in it. And then the one in the middle, the medium high density, would have had, I think I figured 200. Oh, let's see, I wrote it down.
That's
233. That's maxing out.
Maxing everything out.
That's maxing everything out. And again, normally we don't look at a max when people go straight zoning, but on PUDs, we've always been, especially if they show, you know, good planning, good amenities, things like that, that we have let the densities get more toward the max point on that. So, and that's going to the full max. The 350 would have been the total max that they would have got with the other straight zoning issues. So, but I'll finish and then you can get to the questions if that's okay.
Yep.
Less than a year ago, this parcel was applied for an R3, R18, R110, and mobile home zoning designations. This council's familiar with that. They're the ones who listened to it. The city denied all those requests. The city wanted to see the entire project brought back and forwarded them as a possible PUD for the whole area that was owned by the applicant. This project does just that, showing uniform development along with recreational amenities, elevations, and of the proposed units. There are 3 pool areas, one having a clubhouse, 1 playground designation, 2 additional tot lot areas, sand volleyball court, 2 pickleball courts, and other open green areas throughout the development. A major concern has always been a second access street that must be brought forth for this developable area. And again, we talked much about the extension here of 1100 East, crossing Telegraph and coming this direction. Again, a lot of work has been done on that. Lester has met with the folks of Winter Haven, and I think they've come out and worked out a great thing because we're going to have to bend this road to the east, right, as it crosses Telegraph to line up with 1100 East on the other side. So great strides have been made towards that. I think they've finished up. I don't know, Mike, do you know anything more? It's all, I think everybody is good with that. We're going to work with Winter Haven to pull that all off and redo their entrance, and it should be helpful for them as well. Staff reviewed the requested zone change and finds that it conforms to the general plan, the zoning ordinance. Planning Commission reviewed their request at their March 15th, 2017 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-17-15 for the zone change request from the old PUD to the proposed new planned unit development PUD to the City Council with findings and the 12 conditions during the report. And those 12 are pretty much the standard that we'll have with the PUD. Talk about drainage, access, etc. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have on the proposed project.
Drew, one of the questions that I have, and it's mainly because it was brought up out of the Planning Commission discussion, was with that 1100 East, it seemed to be some contradictory sizes of that road that were being given. Has that been, do we know exactly the width of that road being developed out?
I'm going to have to divert that to Mike because I know they've talked about that. And I was confused myself too that night. And so
Yeah,
I
I was
wanted
going to
to,
say, I'd reading through the
but I
minutes,
know
there was 50 feet and 35 feet and sidewalk and no sidewalk, and there was lots
Yeah,
of discussion.
we do know the exact width. I can't remember it. It's not a full 50-foot right of way, but where it's not accessed by anybody, there would be no access, driveway access. We've looked at the cross section. We can narrow it down and put sidewalk on one side of the road and still have the cross section of asphalt for the traffic there.
For full traffic into that would be handled
But
into that.
it really fixes a problem we have there with that road being completed and with the Winter Haven driveway there. We've worked with Winter Haven to bring their access in a different place, remove their driveway, and then they'll access on that 1100 East, and it will be, straight across the street from the 1100 East that goes up to the Pine Valley Townhomes, which fixes an issue that we have presently.
Correct. So,
And then
yeah,
I can see eventually it probably would be a signalized intersection as it meets Warren's.
Would that be because of the traffic that's being generated from this and those future developments on the hillside there?
Correct. Turning movements.
And then
traffic
the other
generated.
side of the road movements as well,
Yes.
which would meet the warrants for that?
Yes. Yeah, and I don't think it'll take very long to meet Warren's.
And as well as the intersection coming down from Bella Vista onto Telegraph. I see that one as well.
Both
Or
of them
being
becoming signalized.
Any other questions for Drew or for the applicant at this time?
I do. And I had Drew pull this prior one up.
You want me to put it on the overhead?
Yeah, if you could. So 18 months ago, this is what was brought before council. And I understand the medium high density was granted because at the time when they wanted to go medium high density, they kind of did the overall site, but it was so that they could fit in some of the multifamily stuff, fit within the zone because they were looking at going straight zoning. But this was brought in. Is David Gardner still involved? I apologize. Because at the time he was part owner in the property. And the representation to council was.
I think they're still having a hard time hearing you. We need to give you one of those.
Well, I like to sit back a little bit. Anyway, the representation made to council back then when they did the zone change was this is ultimately the direction we want to go. Like I said, I understand why he did it because the intent at the time was we're going to go straight zoning. When he did this, the majority of that 78 acres was left open space, wasn't included in that zone change request. City council at the time gave them the general plan amendment, largely due to this. I went through and counted it up. The number counts are totally different. So I guess my question is, why would we not hold the number counts that we did with this? Because when it came through last time, one of the things that I said was, I understand there's a lot of clay there, right? And in a PUD, the applicant, if they're going to avoid clay areas, they can maintain their density by increasing it in other areas. In a regular straight zone, if they've got to avoid clay, they've got to avoid clay, and they don't have that development right. So I was trying to work with the applicant and say, look, we want to keep it in a PUD so you can maintain the densities that have been requested by the landowner 18 months ago today, but back then. What I counted up was they had 106 single family lots, 74 multifamily lots, and 46 duplexes, or a total of 226 doors. That to me is the baseline density. If we want to move it around and whatever, probably more of a statement than anything. I'm just curious why we should adjust from that.
Well, I'm not sure, and that's not, for me to answer. I just, again, the application was given, they came before you a while back. Council asked them to come back with a PUD so they could see the whole thing. And that's why, I think we're here tonight. I'll let them answer that. But, that was their application. They were asked to come back with a PUD. And they did so in what you see before you tonight in the application. Right. Again, and the numbers are, the acreage is a little deceiving. I think the total piece they own is 78, almost 79 acres. The particular area that's being developed is only 46 and a quarter, as I laid it out. That's the area that we're talking about with all the homes. The other 30 acres is this part that kind of wanders off over to 300 and the area that's sloped, that is between Bella Vista and their project. There is, what I refer to the lava pillars, which is one of the most unique and beautiful sites, in the city, is those lava pillars are just incredible. But that's not included in the developed area and stuff like that. So I'm just calculating, again, if we take the whole 78 acres and divide it by the numbers, that dwelling per per acre is going to go
Well-
even farther down. But I'm
I
just pointing
understand
that
I
out.
understand
for-
it's zoned PUD that, you can take that open space and localize it, but the general plan that was requested 18 months ago left it open space.
They're still, the area that they're developing is everything that was in that general plan.
I know that.
Yeah, that's all I'm just going off of that.
Yeah,
So,
I know that.
but it's a good
So-
question, and I'm not going to answer. We'll let the applicant answer your question unless you have anything else for me.
I'm good.
Good evening, Council. Brandy Walker, representing the applicant tonight with Civil Science. I can help with a little bit of clarification on that because I was involved. David Gardner's not involved. He walked from the project due to it not being feasible with this plan that you're actually looking at. So I appreciate all Drew's efforts in clarification on numbers because there's a lot of numbers games. I did come up with a little bit different numbers than he did in calculating it, but the overall density is agreed upon. When we talk about the development area, I'm actually glad you brought this because this is a really good representation of what was requested and how the project has progressed and gotten better for everybody involved, especially for the overall city and the impact that this development is going to make on the hillside that people are concerned about. So I'm going to walk away from the mic and point at this up on the wall. This line that you're seeing right here, okay, this thick, dark line. Sorry, those in the back. That line was the designation line because a zone change was never requested by the original applicant who's no longer involved 18 months ago. That was the general plan amendment. So that dark line that I just pointed out was the general plan designation line. Drew, can you pull up the one you had originally real quick? As you can see on the one you're looking at on the wall real quick, the lots go all the way to that line, all the way up the hillside in a gridded fashion. Okay, now look at the one that we're proposing tonight that's up on the wall. Same one. The gap on the hillside is dramatically, we're way off the hillside compared to that David Gardner's old plan. I don't really want to refer to that because it never got approved. It was never submitted to the city. It's conceptual only. But the line you can see there versus the line that was just on the other one, we're way down off the hillside compared to what was original being kicked around as a concept plan only. So the impact that this has is substantially less than gridding out a single family lot development. The neighbors to the east, Ridge Point, that is a pretty prime example of how to grid out a hillside. I know we had a planning commission meeting a couple weeks back when they heard this. We had some neighbors from Winter Haven show up and complaint. That wasn't anything to do with our project at hand. It was against Ridge Point and the scars on the mountain that is left and the rock piles and the rumble that's been created. And what we're trying to do with this plan is the exact opposite of single family big lot gridding. We don't want to go in there and terrace and create that big scarring effect and destroy the natural. We're trying to condense it down and keep it in.
You understand, that was a lot of my concern with the prior application was we want to go do R18 in an area that I know that is full of clay, and the cost to mitigate that and the cost to develop the lots and the value or the sales price of R18 is, the numbers weren't.
It doesn't
jiving,
balance. You're correct.
right? It wasn't working.
Yeah, that's why we're
And so
back with the
that's-
plan that we have here tonight.
That's why we said, hey, you could, look, my attitude is if you want to go 226-1 and leave 77 acres of the 78 acres open space, we can have that discussion because in a PUD, you can localize it into some of those areas that are more developable ground. But
So in order to
the
max it
intent
out,
is
doing
not to go from something that's a mix and presented, largely to these people that, hey, we're going to have a mix and this is what we're going to do, to now there's no mix. We got one product. And, I understand why these people are here. They were told 18 months ago, we're going to put 226
Drew, do you want to
units
pull,
in
can you
here.
pull that old plan back up just real quick? Sorry to keep making you bounce back and forth. I'm not trying to sit and argue with you, Troy. The numbers that Drew came up with, he came up with a density of 7.5-ish. I came up to 7.41. If you count the number of rooftops that are up close, Bella Vista, there's actually more on that ridge side. There would be more homes popped on that ridge side, by breaking apart our multifamily units and doing single family.
Are you talking
So
about
from-
the hillside?
Yeah.
Up the hill? But,
The area that's sensitive to single family, right here.
but we do know that's where the blue clay, the Chinle Formation starts right there. So it'd be,
So the intent of doing a attached product helps with the clay. And from the perspective of Bella
excuse
Vista,
me, an attached.
the multifamily, like townhome,
And how does it help?
single foundation, it's a cheaper construction cost versus having to mitigate clay is what Troy's referring to. But we're trying to keep our pads up on that hillside small enough that from Bella Vista and the neighbors' views, they will appear as a single family home and not a large complex. If you notice on the plan, the larger units sit down in the valley. In the small, we've limited all the upper ridge lots to be threeplexes.
Well, that's another issue with the plan. The plan is showing all double car garage units and the site plan shows all single car garage units.
We actually have 2 different unit types that are throughout the project, and they vary on the hillside.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing it in my packet, so if you do, then I'm not gonna argue with it.
We do. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Brandy. Any other questions?
I've got a question, Brandy, if you're representing the applicant. What is the overall goal with this project? Are the owners going to keep it as their units? Are they going to sell those off individually? Is it more of a resort-ish? I mean, I guess what's the product we're building here?
Jessup, I'm with SJ Properties. We're trying to get a product that we can sell to people. It will be a mix, but it will have the resort feel, yes. But we'll have the amenities that support the higher density with it. But no, we're not planning on owning the whole project.
So
These
you'll sell
units
them
will
off
be-
individually?
Yes.
And what are the size of your, you mentioned a couple different products in there. There's 3plexes, 6plexes. What are the size of of the product in each of those?
I think we're going for, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, I think it was between 1,600 up to 2,200 square feet.
16 to 22?
Yeah. We might have a 14, is there 1,400, one as small as 1,400? There might be one as small as 1,400.
And you mentioned that some of those are double car garages and some are single car garaged.
Well, yeah. You know what, aren't they all double now? All of them are double now.
I was going to say, I know that your elevation plan shows them double, but when you look at your schematic, it shows them single loads. And so when you've got a 22-foot wide unit and you're putting a double car garage in the front of that thing,
Yeah.
I start to say, well, how do you fit it?
Our front load unit is 28 feet wide. So the ones, and it's really kind of hard to see, I should have used a little bit more contrasting color. The darker units that you can see on there are the front load option. They're the ones with the driveways out front, the little gray area. So they have a full 2-car garage. We've met extensively with different builders, management companies and stuff to get their feedback on what the market's demanding at this time. And they've recommended don't go anything less than a 2-car garage. So the 28-foot units that are front load will accommodate a 2-car garage. The other ones that are a little bit lighter, that you can see how much closer they are to the alley streets, those are narrower units, but where the front door is in the front, you don't have to provide for the garage with door adjacent to it. So they can be narrower, but still accommodate a full 2-car garage.
So those will have 2-car garages loading from the rear here, from
Correct.
off of what is that? Bonnie Lane?
No, I mean, I'll point it out. This is the rear.
Correct.
So your front doors, you're looking.
Oh, so you're going to be you're facing south with those. So you'll load off the rear side, off the north side.
Yeah, if you've had a chance to visit the project that Ivory Home has built, it's kind of the same concept where their units face a green courtyard and then all the garages are hidden in the back. Some people like the garage out front, and now this gives us the variety to have it so it doesn't look like a row house of garages, but rather front porch and the walkable communities. You can see we've added trails and sidewalks. And that's how the units will be accessed. Our parking count, just for clarification, in running all the numbers, we're required to have 776 stalls. I totally interrupted you. And we're actually providing over 1,000. So we have well over 300 extra stalls to accommodate guests, residents. The next agenda item. So.
Yeah, and I guess that's part of why I raised the question, because it seemed with the parking stalls and the way that some of the amenities laid out, it was more resort-ish. And so that's why I asked the question of really what are we trying to build here? Because it seemed more resort-ish than really single-family residential or residential more. It's more the resort feel than a residential feel. So that's why I asked.
That probably has to do a lot of next agenda.
I have a question. Is it the young lady, Brandy? You mentioned earlier that the project wasn't feasible. Why wasn't it feasible? Financially or?
Now James and I should probably swap out. He might be able to address it a little bit better.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the footprint of these units, if you, and when they're 1,600 feet, these will be 200 or 2-story. So the footprint that you have to over-X, punch a hole in the ground, is a lot less on a unit like this. You can get 3 plexes and you can punch a hole. A lot of times they're 20-foot over-X's. So if you spread that out onto single family houses, especially like what we've heard of, maybe a narrow setback between, maybe detach these houses into where they're maybe 10 foot away from each other, that ends up, you have to over-X the entire thing because you're
So you can put more doors in less
That's really
foundations.
what it is. Confined doors and you'll punch that hole in the ground.
Thank
Are you exporting all the over-X and importing all the replacement? Or are you able to use?
Obviously, we'll have to import everything that isn't on site. There is some good structural fill here. Export, I don't see any place we're going to be able to stockpile blue clay here. Do you?
Well,
Grand Canyon?
I didn't know if
we
you
got a
were
flood
able to.
control basin
Yeah.
somewhere we could use some clay in.
Anybody who wants it, they can
No,
come
I
get
didn't
it.
know if there was much that you could use on site. You know,
If
landscaping
we,
areas,
yeah, if
things
we
like
can
that
make
to try and
bounding
burn it,
and
but-
things like that, we can lose some, but there's going to be so much of it on this site. It'll probably be just the overburden that have come from grading around the buildings.
I had a question for Drew. If this is built out and this many residents is living in this area, what about the traffic? Hitting Old 91? How is that, what do we do about that?
That's where Mike referred to that we're going to have both these intersections will end up being signaled. But it'll be at Telegraph.
Not during this, not till the need arises.
Not
for it.
until the need arises. As soon as, again, warrants trigger signals. And those come through traffic counts. And Public Works will send out those little rubber, things that you drive over and thump, and they'll take counts. And then as soon as it hits a certain number and time, then Public Works then puts in for traffic signals at these intersections. But it's like with any intersection on Telegraph and, as things take place that way. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, that was fine.
But-
Then under a PUD, how much latitude is there for change once it's passed?
Once it's passed, there's no latitude for change unless they come in and apply for you can call it an amended PUD, but we say an amended PUD is the same process as an original. So if all of a sudden they come up, and we've had this happen with other PUDs, all of a sudden they get out there and they're a fourth of the way through and it just isn't happening. The market just says, your product is just not viable anymore. And so they'll see whatever the new market demands. And then if they want to go with that, then they'll come in and do a new proposed PUD.
But Mr. Elliman, if this project goes forward, or if a version of this goes forward, the residents can be assured that the safety will be looked at and traffic will be taken care of regardless of what goes in. Is that
Yeah, if you look at my report, the first item that's always in my PUDs, if you'll just give me
it's going to be safe no matter what goes in. Right?
Yeah, they have to see, I don't think that's the one I want. Maybe it is. It may not be the number one item, but it's always. Yeah, we always have traffic study, submit and review so again, what they're going to do is the Public Works going to have them bring in a traffic study. And if it doesn't look like it meets whatever the standard for that, I'm not a traffic engineer and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn to even to profess to be one. I turned that completely over to Mike and Lester, but they have a system put in that when numbers hit a certain thing, then that warrants, and how many degrees of traffic studies are there, Mike? 3? So, and you know, 1's a very light, 2's a little bit more, and 3's a full blown. And that would just be warranted by whatever the numbers the engineer comes in. Lester and Mike look that over and say, nah, I really don't agree. I need you to do this traffic study. And so again, it is scrutinized.
And that would include the entire project, including 1100 East, all that.
Yeah, it's all.
Thank you.
Just to elaborate on that a little bit, on a project of this size, what we will normally do is we'll get that traffic study, and I think we've already got that, but we'll actually take it down and put it in the area-wide model, traffic model, and run that model and see how it impacts everything around the city. And that's part of what we do when we look at it. So as part of the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, we have that overall model that is at our disposal to add these type of developments to for review.
Mike, while you're there, let me ask this question then. If that traffic study triggers and says a light is required, do the developers required to put that light in?
Yes, it probably would be at their extent.
Okay.
And it would be based solely on 100% of that signal being their responsibility. If it's not, then normally what we will do is we'll work with them and maybe even give them some credit if they put it in up front. And we can look at this, you know, this won't be built overnight, but if they're coming in with a large enough phase of this that we know it's going to need a light as soon as they start occupying, we can go in and get infrastructure in right now to where when it comes time to get a signal in, it'd only take a few weeks instead of months.
I guess that goes back to the question that was asked then, because it sounded like from the response I got that if this thing does become approved and is built out here, it looks like we're going to have to signalize both of those intersections. So that tells me that probably this is going to trigger that.
It'll trigger very fastly just for the mere fact of left-hand turning movements.
So if the traffic study says that it's warranted, if the traffic study doesn't say that it's warranted, then it's on our nickel, right?
Well, yes, it is, but we're also collecting, you know, impact fees on the.
And that's what that was the other question. I was saying, is that funded by them or through the impact fee process? Because really all you've got left up in there is that one last little phase of Bella Vista.
Correct.
And that's all that's left on that's going to feed those two roads. And so if we're saying really that you think that that's going to trigger both of those signals.
And I think even the Bella Vista development of build out is going to get really close to triggering on that left-hand turning movement, because you know the shopping for the area
is left.
Is a left-hand turning movement until we get more development maybe out to the exit 13.
There's probably, I would argue, there's probably more traffic on Washington Parkway, and it hasn't been warranted there yet.
Correct, but we don't have a lot of left-hand turning movements out of Washington Parkway. We do on Telegraph turning left onto the Parkway. But there hasn't been a lot of, and the other thing that triggers it is the amount of accidents that happen. But even at this could even trigger the amount of development, because a lot of this development probably would be using Washington Parkway and exit 13. It could even trigger that signal.
Yeah, that probably would be good information for those developers, because it sounds like that the numbers or the dollars are getting crunched pretty tight here, and if all of a sudden they're going to have to pay for a signal, that may be a go no go portion of that too. So,
yeah, and I don't believe they're going to be responsible for a whole signal. There'll be a portion of it, because there still is quite a few homes in the Bella Vista area, and there's still quite a development still to happen in that area. So those homes up there who've been paying into their impact fees for transportation, those would be earmarked to go toward signals.
I had one more question for Drew. On the structures that we see flashed on the screen there, is what we see is what we get then?
You approve it.
That's a PUD. Yeah.
Now that can't change?
I let that vary slightly, but if they come back with a whole configuration, I have them come back to you folks. But again, if the garage doors don't have those panes in them like that, the pitches are a little bit flatter, a little bit taller,
Those units are wider
peakier,
than 28 feet.
but yeah, they'll roughly, again, I'm going to look at that, and as they come in, and if it varies greatly, I mean, again, I kind of try to be as flexible as possible. I know the council would probably want me to be. But if it's really different than this, then I'll have it brought back, and maybe not for the whole thing. I'll just have them come before the planning commission and you folks make sure you're okay with those elevational, slight changes if they're that much.
I would agree with what Councilman Bellis was saying, because that's as I was looking there and saying, what we're seeing is wider than a 28 foot. So they're showing you a footprint of 28 foot, but they show you a picture of 35. So visually you're thinking, okay, that's not too bad. But also when it gets built, it's like,
Well,
that is what they show
what's
us
the width
picture
they're
of.
showing you? They're telling you, you're saying it's 20, 30?
28 feet.
According to the diagram, the widest unit's being shown at 28.
Well, if that's a 16-foot door, that tells me I've got 12 feet, 2 feet to the right a little bit. Let's just take this guy right here.
If it's a 16-foot door, you're 20-foot garage.
I've got 2 foot and 2 foot. That gives me 20, and so then that leaves me 8 feet of that window.
Minus walls.
Yeah, so
A
it's
porch and like I say.
Yeah. Again, and when it comes, if it does change from this, then they're going to have to, come in. But the old draftsman in me comes out that I'm like an engineer when it comes to drafting. I can make it work. But I'm not drawing it. That's for darn sure. Don't get any ideas.
The idea is that when we're approving something, we're looking at it and saying, okay, this is the product we're going to get.
Yep.
And I guess that's the argument, is saying, show us a picture of one thing, but you're building us another thing and say, well, we showed it down here. Well, yeah, you showed us a brown line that said 28 feet on it.
And then these are supposedly getting back to the front load ones that, that Brandon's talked about, the face the street out that way with the garages coming in the rear. And these are the other units now. So again, this is a full sixplex. Many of them are broken up into 3s and 4s, et cetera, but you just break those up into 2s and so. No, I do give advice every time people bring PUDs and they show pictures of other projects. I tell them, you need to make sure this fits your, we had the situation up where we just did the extraction zone. We told them you need to, they brought back to you a few different elevations when they got that. So
How come we got 4 different site plans? Am I supposed to look at something different on each one?
no, I think it's just each one of them shows, one of them has contours. They're just, break it up instead of trying to stuff everything into one. I'm going to bring up one. That's not the picture showing.
Drew, did you go back and read the minutes of that general plan amendment?
I didn't read them specifically. I remember the night, and I remember what ended up happening again, because they came with a proposal.
Right.
The city council says, you know what, we don't like, I think they wanted medium density over all of it, medium high. And the council wasn't in favor. And I'm just going off of what I remember is that, because I remember specifically, and I think Councilman Turk will too, is I remember the area that was said R110, R18, and the rest of it was medium high density. I didn't really get into the minutes because I know the minutes said you need to come back in a certain amount of time. That was talked about when you did the zone change.
They just approved the whole thing at the medium high density. They didn't separate out the areas, even though that's what was discussed.
Well, I think we did talk about it ended up being medium density on it. At least I know the intent was there. And then that's when it went to the our staff and the IT, and it got entered a little wrong. He had the tip that's showing up over here in this corner. He actually had it dying into Bonnie Lane by accident. And there was a gentleman from Arizona who called, and I says, well, I go back, I remember that, it should have actually been shifted over to the left. or to the west in this
In fact, the
case.
agreement was that they were going to come back in within 2 weeks and apply for a zone change into that R110.
Yeah, the motion
And
says
R18.
on the south property line of the Turner property along what is shown as Bonnie Lane to Horizons West to change designation from medium to medium high, to be followed by applications for zoning requests to R110 south of Bonnie Lane, west of Florence Drive, and R18 south of Bonnie Lane, east of Florence Drive.
Yeah, which even at that time, the R110 isn't even a medium density, but that was just part of the motion that was given that night. So like I said, I
Well,
remember.
that was the motion from the council that the council approved. So that's all.
Any other questions for Drew, the applicant? All right. This is a public hearing. I remind you, we've asked you to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
I'm Orrin Nelson. I'm representing Winter Haven, and we got Winter Haven here.
Thank you.
I got all there, and I'm their spokesman. So I'm trying to, now I need you to turn on this overhead. I haven't got it on the computer. I just got it overhead. Winter Haven is concerned about the road naturally, because it's affecting our operation. Okay, and you can see that road is the one that comes out onto 1100, and our big concern is safety, and so naturally we're trying to work with the city there to make a situation where it will be a safer intersection. You can see that word sunflower there. That's the road that goes on to the Telegraph right now. Okay, right there. And the 1100, the one that comes down, and you're all aware of 1100, it comes down right now from Maverick up there. It comes right from Maverick right down. So it's going to be once they get that into play, it's going to involve a lot of action there. And so what we've done, we've set it up and tried to redo our corner. And I'll go from there now. Let's put that other picture, which we've done. And I had an engineer, Brandy, help me with this. And what we've got there, that's the end of the road. Now, the one of the big problems with our road there, the road's going to come right up beside or next to our houses. Let's bring that other map up for a second. You can see all those lines there. That's homes, and right going down all the way. And those homes are right up against that road, and so we're really concerned because all there is a wire fence there, and so we're worried about that because of dust, noise, especially when, and they just mentioned hauling all this blue clay out of there. It's got to go out someplace, and so it's going to go down that road. And we're really concerned about that, and so we're concerned about having a wall up that road.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Isn't there a grade separation there too? Elevation change?
There's a little, no. The elevation, the road goes right up, and the houses are right level with that road.
I thought I had somebody
But
tell me that their house sat below and there was an elevation.
no, it's pretty close to the same. It's close to the same level, and so that's why we got to have some kind of a wall up there, and especially get that. I don't know how the construction goes, whether they put the road up first before they start hauling dirt out of there. But if they didn't, it would really be a tough situation because it's really close to the back of those houses. That right of way is just barely wide enough for a road, but it is wide enough. And so that's our first concern is that wall going up there along and going clear down to the Bonnie Lane, which is, they've got named down in there, that road there. So the fence would go, the block wall would go up that way. Okay, now let's go back to the other corner.
Before you move on, can I ask, whoops.
Sure.
Put that back. What is to your right-hand side, the slash line that's going through some of those lots? What is that line?
The dotted,
Red line, that outside,
Oh,
yep,
for
that
Orno,
one.
Yes.
It's nothing.
it's
We have-
just a mark.
Yeah, there's a power line that goes down there, so we were offsetting the power line as if the easement was there.
Yeah.
But-
Okay. that
So
means
that's
nothing.
all it is.
All right, all right.
Okay, so that, and by, with that other one, and it shows right at the bottom of there, you can see they're planning on a sidewalk going across there. Sidewalk on one side, only on the right side there. And then that sidewalk would go up and up around the corner into Winter Haven. Now, any other questions there on that road there? Now let's talk about that corner right there that we've redesigned, because right there on the corner we have RV parking, and so we have it's like you say a business there, because we have 20 RV parking spots. We have people parked in all the time, and by rechanging now to make that road wider on the corner, which we have to do to make it safe, we had to give up 25 feet of our RV parking. And you can see that's right there. That's where the 25 feet comes. So they're taking 25 feet to make that road wider to be able to get a corner that's acceptable. And so what we've done is we've moved the road and had the sunflower now, as you can see, and it's pretty self-explanatory, just goes out to the, because right now that's where our exit is. And so now if we make that change, we're going to have to revamp the whole corner. We're going to have to run sunflower out, around, over to 1100 East. And then we'll have a wall around that. There's a wall right there. Right there, there'll be a wall right around our RV parking. And then we've made it so we've cut it out. And so in actuality, what will happen, that the city actually owns where that down the below there, where you see the word sunflower, from just that corner out to Telegraph, the city owns that. So what they'll do now is we'll take and deed that to the city, and then the city will take that other road that's coming in. So we just kind of switch that. Plus, on top of that, we're going to lose our 25 feet of our RV parking all the way up. So we're concerned about that. And by doing it this way, though, we'll be able to revise our corner and be able to come back and not be out that much. Okay, any questions there?
Has that been talked about, Mike? Have you met with our Public Works?
Pardon?
Have you met, excuse me? Have you met with Lester?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I've been working with Lester. In fact, we had Lester come over and talk to us at Winter Haven because we were concerned.
I just have a quick question for Mike, actually.
Okay.
1100 East there, south of where this is coming in, it looks like it's wide enough, but when it goes south, is that gonna have to be private street?
No, it'd be a public street. We still can get our cross-section of the asphalt in there. We just won't have sidewalk on both sides of the road.
Sidewalk and utility easement,
Right,
right?
correct. Because we're really confined. It's an existing
No, I
right of way
understand
that's
we're
there.
confined, I just know that our
Yeah.
city ordinance or, design guidelines say it's gotta be built to this or it's a private street. So that was
Right.
That was my
So
question.
like our road width, our asphalt width is still within that design guideline. We're just eliminating basically the sidewalk and utility easement, which we don't need anyway.
So-
on that road.
What is the road width up in, is that the 35 feet?
I don't remember what the width of asphalt is there.
The reason
Yes.
it looks so small, I can clarify. Thanks, guys. We've had a lot of meetings.
Yes, we have.
We've chit-chatted a lot. So the reason it looks so small down below where Drew's got the green pin is because up on top, it's actually really wide. Because in order to try to get it aligned with
No, I gathered that.
1100 on the other
I
side.
gathered that, but we've
Yeah.
had stuff come in and if it doesn't have,
Yeah.
this sidewalk and this easement and then this roadway and this on this side, we've said, well, it's a private street because it doesn't meet our ordinance. If we're gonna, I just was curious as far as Mike goes, if we're gonna deviate from our own design guidelines, what are we gonna,
Lester
what does that
developed
really
this
mean?
section, yeah.
So,
Brandy,
so
do you know off the top of your head what the width of that asphalt is then, where that pin is?
We're really close to being the full 35, really close. The reason that Lester looked at it and said, you know what, we're fine with this is because there's zero access off that road. There's no parking on it. It's just going to be a straight strip.
also, this road access that was installed in there was originally with Ridge Point Development. It predates me, so this even falls back to 18 years ago, what our standards were 18 years ago, which were almost
Different.
non-existent.
Yeah, okay.
So
is that is a deeded right of way. That's our deed. That's a deeded right of way already to us.
No, well, yeah, it's not.
So it gets really convoluted. So the right of way, we're referring to as right of way because what Mike was saying is when Ridge Point, way back in the day, got their original approvals,
Correct.
that's who owns this ground, is actually Ridge Point, not either of us. So there's another party in it that's even involved. I don't know if they're here tonight, but it's Ridge Point. So Ridge Point's tied up right now. They can't go on because this is actually their secondary access because they only have one into their development right now. So it was platted back in the day for them and set aside, but they own it
But
still.
it was never conveyed over.
Correct.
So now does Winter Haven, you like this plan then?
Yes, we've worked with Winter Haven and we feel good with that plan. The big thing naturally is cost. We feel like it shouldn't be any cost to us. I mean, because we're giving up 25 feet of that road and plus we're making the change and there's going to be a lot of development at that point. So we're trying to.
So who's writing the checks?
Pardon?
All that's been worked out, I assume, right?
Well, no, it isn't. No, that's not worked out. That is not worked out. I wish it was.
Okay.
But it is not.
So to clarify what you just said, you're okay with the road or you're okay with the proposed development?
Yes, we are. We're okay with the road if we get our corner plus the wall. Yes, and the wall. Yes, we're in Winter Haven, and I presented this, and the Winter Haven feels good about that road, the way that's redesigned, that corner.
Yeah, but the development, I think is
You have
what
an opinion on the
Councilman Ivey was
development
saying. You have an
itself?
opinion on
Oh,
the
you mean
development
the development
west.
itself?
Right.
Well, it's the development's not a big, doesn't affect us as much as it does Horizon
Just this
West.
traffic portion of it.
Yeah, just
So
the
you're saying you're
traffic
fine with the
is our
traffic
biggest
it's gonna
thing.
generate there.
Yeah, that's the big thing. So as far as the development, we're not as involved as some of the other areas. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Is there any other
Any other
questions?
questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I gave you a little bit more than 3 minutes.
I won't take any more than 3.
You're okay.
I'm Wayne Felix. I'm the HOA president of Horizon West, and this does involve us. We are affected by this whole development. Our east boundary is their west boundary, and the houses, the units they're planning along that west line are, I guess, high density. I don't know what the proper thing is, but they're going to be double story. They will set back 20 feet from our wall. It'll be like a tunnel through there. You know, we would propose that if they could be lower density, maybe single story units, it would certainly be a lot better for our homes along our east wall. Now, we deal with the blue clay also. And we've had a lot of water problems along our south wall that the city has had a right of way there and has not maintained it very well. We are losing our wall. We've had to replace a lot of it already, and it continues to deteriorate because the water seeps through that blue clay that's up against our wall. If this development goes through, they have to do something about the water, because it's going to be worse than what it is now. And it's got to have a pipeline all the way down through there, something to divert that water. Otherwise, we'll have a wall that's just laying on the ground. I mean, we've had to replace half of it already. We're concerned about the traffic. It's the traffic's been talked about for Winter Haven with the light, maybe, and for Bella Vista for a light there. Nothing is going to happen where our exit is. We're a community of seniors. Probably the average age is probably 80 in our community of 91 homes. Trying to get left on Telegraph is almost impossible now. Very dangerous, and I am very concerned for our senior citizens getting out onto Telegraph and trying to make that turn. We've had some near misses already. We've had a few wrecks. It's very concerning for the people. Horizon West has been there 25 years, and these folks, love that community. And it's going to be very difficult to get out. Now, the engineer told me last time when we met, well, if they put a light in at Bella Vista there and a light down on 30s, that'll stop the traffic. Well, that's crazy. That's not going to help us get out onto Telegraph. That is a big concern. So
won't that, as our community continues to grow, whether this is a part of it or not, that problem is going to be exponentially, I mean, that's just naturally with growth is going to become more problematic.
That is,
this
I'm
may
sure.
hasten it a little bit.
But this is a big project. With a if it was a project of single houses, it wouldn't have as much effect as what they're going to do now. And of course, this will be addressed in your next part with the short-term leasing they're going to put in here. It's going to even be worse. And we're going to be having, they said they're not going to have parties. I was told that people will come down here and visit our nice natural parks, and then they'll come back and go to bed at 9. Well, that's crazy. That's not going to happen. It's going to be party time, and we're the ones that will be facing the most impact with those. Now, we did get them to concede those homes along our border will not be short term, and that's wonderful. We appreciate that, but we would appreciate it even more if they were the lower one story, so they don't create that tunnel effect that we're going to get. We submitted a letter to the office earlier with a photo of our wall too. I can leave this with you. Another as just going over our concerns, and I really have a concern for our older community in Horizon West. I thank you for your.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Janelle Larson with Horizons West. And when Winter Haven was talking about how they would have the access with the light, and North Point would have a secondary exit, Horizons West has no secondary exit. There is one way to get out of Horizons West for 91 homes. And you can come out of our unit between 4 and 6 right now, and you can wait at least 5 minutes to turn left. The lights will help some, but if someone is coming down 1100 and they're turning left and left and left, the minute the light turns green, everybody comes where? They go west on Telegraph, so there's no stop there. So we have a continual traffic problem, and there have been some near misses right now. And like Wayne said, our average age is in mid-80s. And so we are very concerned about the impact. This is going to have a huge negative impact on our community. The next thing that we're concerned about is the water. We have a huge water problem right now. There are residents here who can hear the water coming through. We're built on springs. Cherokee Springs is named Cherokee Springs because there are springs all through Horizons West and through Cherokee Springs. The impact of the water coming off of the roofs and the asphalt of a huge unit like this, can you imagine the water problem that we're going to be faced with? I mean, this is not a small element. So traffic, I think, is one thing that I'm concerned about. The water problem, And also, when they talked about this being a short-term, we're a community that's been there for 25 years of elderly people, and we know what happens when kids come to St. George for a 3 or 4 day spring break. It's an all day, all night Marianne party, and for our elderly residents, putting up with that type of element, it is a big concern. So we hope that you'll think about this when you put in something like this. When one of the gentlemen talked about, I can't remember, I think it was someone here that said there were single family dwellings planned or talked about 18 months ago. What happened to those single family dwellings? I mean, why are we now faced with all this high density, what is it, 300 and some odd units? When you think of the impact, the negative impact, and we know development's going to happen, that, we're okay with that. But when you put this many units in an area already where you're going to have a negative impact, I think this council member and our mayor should really think about something like this before they approve this. So thank you very much.
Hold on. Any questions?
I was just going to ask what a Marianne party is, but I want to go. I'm sorry. Oh, I don't want that. I'm too old.
I've heard of a Mary Jane party.
Mayor.
I grew up in the 70s. Come on up, sir.
My name is Rex Coles from Winter Haven. Can you put that? Oh, okay. This high density place of this many people, and like we're saying, we're turning out onto Telegraph. Now we got this up there, yeah. We're turning left onto Telegraph Street, coming out of Winter Haven. And if we have now 350 more units there, we're going to have traffic turning left onto 1100 and traffic turning right onto it. And so we've got that much more traffic that we got to contend with before we ever get a light. Secondly, those houses that run along 1100 East, the back of our lots there, measuring from my bedroom, corner of my bedroom to the fence, which the road would just be on the other side of, is 13 feet, which is about how far I am away from you. And so you imagine you're in bed and there's a 2-lane road right here behind you, going with motorcycles and pickups and spring break and whatever else. We're concerned about that, and that's why we're concerned about a wall. That we're that close because we're a small lot people, but this is what we are concerned about. Why 250 or 226 or something was not approved, and now we're approving 350.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question for this gentleman?
Just one question of clarification on the wall. What height? What are you thinking of on that wall? Are you talking like a full sound wall?
Yes. Aren't we? Sound wall.
I hear 8. Do we have 10? I hear 10. We have 12.
Not a chain link fence. We got that.
So fairly significant. We'll put it at that then. A fairly significant wall is what's desired. Okay.
Thank you.
Made of what material?
Come on up, sir. Come on up, sir. Absolutely.
Bob Miller with Horizons West. I just had a question here in this deliberation that's going on this evening, and I was wondering why the traffic study would not precede approval of this plat development, this PUD.
I think, doesn't it say it's required before any building vertical goes in?
It just seems that's a major consideration, even whether the project goes forward or not. Why wouldn't that be required before we begin?
Well, because your traffic study on something like this is probably going to cost 10 grand.
Okay.
And whether or not we approve this, is going to determine what happens with the traffic study, right? So we don't want the applicant to have to spend 10 grand on a traffic study on something that may or may not get approved.
Well,
And it may be modified, which is going to modify that traffic study. So
yeah.
It'll need to come in through the process before it goes much further than where we're at today.
Generally, what happens there is they'll take the approved product, whatever that approved product is, and then the traffic study is done off of that. So we know what the product is, we know what it's going to generate. Then they do the traffic study, which then dictates signalization and that type.
Or do we have to modify the product based on the traffic?
Well, I thought the product is what we're discussing here, and based on, you know, that density level, it'll generate this much traffic, and you'd be able to put that all together because, you know, whether you go forward or not, you still have to have that traffic study done.
Well, and that's true, and that's why I was actually saying it may be a benefit to the applicant to have had that traffic study plugged into those models, because if it comes back that a signal is required of this, obviously that's got to be counted in as cost of the project. And so if we're borderline financing and all of a sudden you've got a $500,000 signal you've got to put in, that could be a go, no-go signal as well. And so, yeah, I think you know, part of what you're saying is correct, but sometimes it's kind of the cart before the horse before the cart.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about
comes
here.
in. And so generally as a council, we look at the product, we try to make sure it's the kind of product that's going to fit, and then we let the traffic engineers and whatnot take that and make it work traffic-wise afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll jump in real quick. As you just perfectly explained, it's not required, but we actually, the developer on this, because of the concerns of traffic, and it's been a concern from day one, we actually have had a traffic study done, and it's been submitted to Public Works Department, so they have a copy of that. They also, at this point in the game, have done a preliminary drainage report as well and addressed the drainage. The residents of Horizons West have been very vocal in their drainage problems. When she's referring to water, she's referring to storm drain water. The city has, in your capital facilities, in your storm drain master plan, a huge infrastructure that would affect this product.
Brandy, question on the 1100 east corner there. Has the traffic study been done on that particular?
Yeah.
Utilizing the fact that all of this new subdivision is going to have to use that now as their entrance?
Yeah,
that's
so-
taking that into consideration?
Correct. The traffic engineer that prepared the study had sat down and actually met with Lester in Public Works and got a scope on where Lester wanted to see and what he was going to require. It didn't make sense for us to go in and just analyze ours, because whether Sunwood gets approved or not, that road's got to happen for Ridgepoint. It's not our, I mean, we're lucky that it's there because now we can pull secondary off of it, but it's Ridgepoint's property and it's their requirement to further develop out the future phase of, you know, their final phase 5 within Ridgepoint. So when Lester sat down and met with us and discussed traffic, yeah, it incorporates everything. It incorporates Bella Vista's requirement, how we're impacting the traffic flow, 1100 East. I think the cities had counters out there on their end. So we did ours, and then they turned around and
I worry
did
about
theirs.
is we're counting today, but
Yeah.
you know, you look up 1100 and within the last month and a half, we've approved another 300 units up in there.
Lester had his
1100.
counters down.
And so, I mean, that corner right now, that's when I start looking and saying, holy cow, that thing's going to be, yeah, I agree. We probably would meet, if we looked at what's really approved up in there right now, would probably meet some more.
I know Lester's compared ours to his because he counted just recently as we did. So we were double checked.
I got a quick question. Randy, I got a quick question. What if Ridgepoint says, hey, we're good with what we got? Because they can only get another 15 lots.
I think it's 22, 21.
Okay.
21,
Well, 21
yeah.
lots may not make sense to run 1100 all the way to Telegraph. Well, I mean, what if they say, oh, we don't need it?
We've worked with the developer that owns that roadway because the road's no use to them. So it's back to your magical question of
Who's paying
where's
for
the
it?
money coming from? Yeah. So, yeah.
There's a comment out there. You'll need to come back up to the microphone, sir.
The traffic study was completed at the time of this application submittal, so about approximately 2.5, maybe 3 months ago.
Show there's going to be a lot of road, a lot of cars, a lot of traffic.
Go ahead, man.
Hi, I'm Michelle Winterman, and I live over in Horizons West. And I'm not going to be redundant and just repeat everything that the people there has already said. But if this project does go through, I share the wall. My house would be right up next to these apartment buildings. And Mr. Belliston mentioned elevation at one point, and that land over there is higher up than it is. So that would make it almost like a 3-story building that I would be looking at. And
Can I,
20 feet from my wall to their building.
can I play a little bit of devil's advocate on that one though?
Sure.
Even if it's a 1-story and you've got that grade change there,
Yeah.
you still have a similar issue.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
I
so
mean,
I mean, if it's going to be that tall, or my thing is just the idea of safety. We live over there. There's 5 senior communities. This would basically be the only thing in the middle of these 5 communities that are for seniors. And my concern is my fence, then the block fence, would be really short, and people could just jump over it into my backyard, which makes me uncomfortable because these people are going to be coming and going and vacationing. And it's a real concern. I also want to know if the developer, these homes are going to have balconies that's on the west side, so they're sitting out there and kind of looking down into my backyard. I don't know if that's what they're planning on doing. Also, I think for a barrier too, it's already been said it's going to be a wind tunnel through there. If they put up trees to help block some of that, if this does go through, there's some issues I think can be resolved with some of that too. So I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you.
We might have a question for you. Any questions? The developer, you want to address
I
that?
could do the Trump wall and say, please build up our wall taller. I mean, that would be nice if we could have that 8-10 foot wall along there.
It looks like on the site plan, they've contemplated putting additional trees down that west side, but we don't have the rear elevation of those units, so we don't know if there's balconies.
Just for the privacy, just for the, whatever, the looks maybe, but if they're going to put balconies back there.
Are you going to put
maybe that's
balconies back there? No.
That'd be a little helpful. But like I say, that makes our brick wall, which is about 5 feet now, is going to end up being even shorter, of course, the elevation. So I'm concerned about people coming over the wall, easy to do. So if they have an extra few dollars, they can make our wall taller.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Sandy Kavanaugh from Bella Vista. I'm not even going to mention the T word, except for Troy Belliston. I appreciate what you were talking about the previous 18 months ago, what was approved. And I think a lot of us would be happy if we could get it back to that number of doors than to what they're trying to ask for right now. And one thing I wanted to mention is, you see where Bonnie Lane is coming across there, and then now they've got it stopped at Bella Vista Drive instead of it continuing west. They've got this other road coming in up further south on Bella Vista Drive. It starts going uphill pretty quick right in there. So where they're talking about putting that road comes off on a pretty good slope, which then of course concerns me that even above or further south up the hill on that one, they're wanting to put in 2-story buildings. So I just wanted to bring that up in case that, and I don't know where, I'm trying to figure out which part of this is short-term rental, since they made the comment that it was single-family dwellings.
I think that'll be in the next.
Yeah, the
public
next,
hearing.
here in just a minute, you'll see that and have a chance to come back and speak to that one.
Oh, I'd rather not. Thank you.
Okay, then say it now.
I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Nancy Kennedy and I live in Horizons West. I just moved here in December.
And I've got a real water problem under my house. I don't understand this blue clay thing because I've talked to my neighbors and they said, oh, you're built on blue clay, which I have no clue. I came from Salt Lake. I don't know what this is. But my house is so humid. And when the inspector checked on it, he said it was the sprinklers that were on the west side of my house because it has settled in the sprinklers. The water would go under the house. Sprinklers have been turned off for 5 months and it dried up, but it's still wet. I walk into my house and it's humid. I feel like I live in Atlanta again. And they say it's the blue clay. And I've been talking to my neighbors and they said with this, there's going to be more water and the drainage is going to be even worse than what it is. So I am concerned about the water.
They'll be required to address their drainage into storm pipes and storm drains, and that'll be part of their development. They're not allowed to put additional nuisance water off on adjacent developments.
Okay, so, but I don't understand what this blue clay is. What does that do?
Blue clay, the soils are expansive. So when they're dry, they're here. When they get wet, they swell, right? So they'll increase and decrease based on the amount of moisture in the soils.
So where is this water? I mean, I've heard that we have underground springs. So is that what, is it coming up?
It comes from rain, it comes from groundwater, it comes from landscaping water. Wherever water comes from, once it hits that clay, it makes the clay add or subtract, right? Increase or decrease.
Okay. I just didn't understand this moisture thing all the time. And
I suggest there probably is a spring somewhere there. In fact, if in the wintertime, you'll see the drainage collection box out in front of Horizons West there. And it's warmer water than normal because you'll see steam coming out of that. So you'll know that you've got water running. Most of the time, it's just there's flowing water under there. That's probably the facts of life. There's flowing water underneath the subdivision somewhere in there.
You'd be surprised at how much water there is in the
underneath.
desert. Yeah.
Well, I was just concerned about the water.
I always share with folks, I grew up here and the Cherokee Springs used to be the best bass fishing pond in town when I was a young man. So, those of us that were here said, man, alive, I'd never build a house in there because that's a pond. I mean,
Then clay don't let the water go down into the ground either. They use it to seal ponds even.
Yeah.
Oh,
Usually
really?
it holds a level.
Okay, so but they will work on proper drainage for.
That will be required with their development. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the information too, because I have
Thank you.
no clue what I'm dealing with.
Any questions for her?
Evening, Council. My name is Terry Keefe. I live in Bella Vista subdivision. There's a few things that I've heard tonight that are new, which is typical for this project. Since it started 18 months ago, it's constantly evolving. And I think it's evolved for the worst now. One of the things I heard tonight was the map and how the setbacks for Bella Vista are better now than they were. And the area that was pointed to is the area that's east of Florence Drive. Well, there's nothing in Bella Vista but Florence Drive that's going to impact. There are no houses over there. And so to me, that's really smoke and mirrors because it's not going to really impact the main part of the subdivision, phase 4 particularly. This, in my opinion, is not a good plan. The density is just overwhelming. Look at the number of, and I'm assuming the 1,400 square foot residences would be on the north perimeter. Those are pretty small units. And I can see this development morphing into basically apartments that are sold and resold and deteriorating. And eventually we get something like what we have on Telegraph, about Family Dollar to 300 East. Just deterioration. And this is on a gateway for the city that we want something to be proud of. This just doesn't fit. That doesn't even go to the comments that you made, Mr. Bellison, about the original proposal 18 months ago when the original developer was supposed to come back within a short period of time. And I understand there's a new developer, but there were some instructions given that I believe included the R18, R110, by the council if the change was approved, and if the PUD did not come in reflecting that it was going to revert back. And I think we're at that point now. We had single-family homes here the first time. Now they're gone. We had 245 units. We're now 345 units. 1100 East is not going to, I can't see it handling the traffic flow, especially if Ridge Point's built. I think the people that are bordering on that street are going to be very disappointed, even with the sound wall, when the number of cars are going through there. We haven't even talked about short-term rental, which I understand is the next public hearing, but where are all these people going to park their RVs and boats and storage? That was on the map at one time. It came off the map. I see that it's not back on the map now. I don't know if it's the shaded parking areas that Brandy was talking about that resulted in 1,000 parking stalls. But overall, this thing just keeps developing and developing. And in my opinion, and I think in a lot of people's opinion, each iteration is worse than the previous one. I would ask the council to deny this request because I don't think it fits what the city wants, especially along our gateway.
Terry, a question. As you look back at the previous 18-month-old approved general plan change, basically where they went to the medium high density is this lower portion down below Bonnie Drive and whatnot, which does somewhat have the impact for Bella Vista down on. You mentioned that this parcel over here to the a little further to the east, you don't see the impacts from that. If we were to leave some high density portions in that, would you prefer it where it's now general plan, or move more to the east?
The high density, to be honest with you, I think the high density ought to go near the storage sheds and the open trailer storage.
So a little further to the east, up in this
A
section.
little northeast. That makes sense to me. Nobody's gonna buy a single family home with that open storage trailer yard as their backyard, even if you put a wall up on it, especially if they build any two-story residences there. And again, it needs to be developed sooner or later, and it needs to have a mix of housing. I'm not sure 1,400 square feet is a mix that I want to see come into the area, because I can see it, quite honestly, deteriorating rapidly. And in my previous employment in law enforcement, I know that problems tend to follow.
Well, to that end, I think there's two things. One is we said we want to keep it in a PUD because that forces that it's under an HOA and it forces a higher standard of maintenance and everything else. To your other comment earlier about this is changing and changing and changing and changing a lot. You know, in some respects, they're going to change and modify and tweak and work what they can until the council says, okay, it's done. Then it stops, you know, and then it doesn't change without, you know, kind of doing a little bit of reset and coming back and going through the same process again. So.
Right, and I think we all understand that, and you know, it would just be nice through this whole process. I don't feel that we've ever gotten straight answers. In fact, the council, when they had the artist renditions of the houses, a couple of you had some questions. Is this what we're going to get? You didn't get a definitive answer, yes or no. Well, we've been putting up with that for 18 months. We see rendition after rendition. Is this what you're going to build? Well, no, but it'll be something like it. Okay, well, show us what you're going to build. Well, it'll be something like it.
As I recall, 18 months ago, there was a lot of opposition to doing multifamily apartments or whatever else. Do you still feel the same? I mean, for me, there's some question on and I emailed the landowner. I said, what's all, what's some, and what's none, right? Right now, this is all multifamily. What, in your mind, is appropriate as some multifamily? Because I think it's coming, you know, multifamily is probably fair to be put on property, even though there was a lot of discussion 18 months ago that we don't want any multifamily.
And I think we were talking in the context of high-rise apartment buildings 18 months ago. At least that was
That may
some
be
of
so.
our concerns. I think we all, okay, I'm not speaking for anybody but myself and my wife. We realize there's going to be some multifamily housing down there. What's the right mix? I don't know. I'm not a developer. I don't have a business sense for that.
Well,
But
I'm just asking,
345
what's your
units.
sense of wrapping your head around it? Just
You know,
as a,
if it's placed in the right area, I don't know, 33% maybe, third, and then transition to townhomes, a little more higher on the price range, and then to your single family.
just curious.
If I knew that, I'd be a developer and make lots of money.
Any other questions? Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Joram from Bella Vista, and I have a question about the RV and boat storage parking that existed in the, I guess it's the southwest portion there, right south of Horizons West, and now it's not
That was
existing
there
or
in the
not
past.
labeled. Huh?
That was there in the past. I think I saw a version of that.
So it passed where it's going to be
No,
located?
we'll probably have Brandy comment on that.
Oh, okay.
In our many neighborhood meetings we have held, we got serious feedback that the residents of Bella Vista, nor the people like the residents of Horizons West in that corner, wanted that in their backyard. So what used to be a large parking lot is gone. Now it's just one row of a traditional parking stall that are deeper, if you kind of compare the two depths. Traditional stall, deeper. In an effort for if somebody's coming to town to boat one of our reservoirs or bring their quads down to go ride in the dunes, they have a place to park a trailer for the evening rather than on the streets or in driveways. But the large parking lot's gone.
So there is going to be RV parking there.
Looks like, yeah.
Which I think a lot of the
Potentially.
neighbors didn't want, and I'm not real sure whether Horizon West would be happy with that.
I would doubt it'd be so much RV for the mere fact that generally what it would be, I guess, RV recreational vehicles. It wouldn't be campers per se, it'd be more probably, I would guess, boats and toys like that, especially if there's an overnight rental component to it. I think that's probably what it's been put in there for is anticipation of that. There again, I'm speaking just out loud. But I don't-
From an aesthetic standpoint, why couldn't it, something be put in the, I guess it would be the northeast section of the development, right by the Turner family?
Well, I'll tell you, my personal feeling is if it's out there, it isn't gonna be used, because nobody's gonna leave their vehicle that far away and walk half a mile into their unit.
That's a good
But
point.
that's,
Yeah.
that's,
Any of the overnight rentals that have been approved recently, we've required, large parking like that because it has been a problem with some of the other existing
Right.
projects.
It'd
we're
be a
trying to
fr-
keep it
We gotta
spilling
put
into
it
the
somewhere,
roadways.
it's probably, we'll have the discussion on where makes the most appropriate
Okay.
sense.
Mhm.
I don't think that, at least in my mind, is finalized.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
My name is Art Reed. I'm a resident of Bella Vista. And if I may, I'd like to read something, partly because my wife said I should read it, then if I say something, I won't get in trouble. As this council knows, any development of unused land has an impact that can have repercussions for years or decades. And that is why this discussion we are having is so important. Several years ago, when this council approved the development of Bella Vista, they obviously had a vision for the future of Washington, more specifically, this area of Washington. The area of Bella Vista could have become high-density apartments, low-income housing, or even a rock quarry. Or it could have been determined that it should be left undeveloped. But it was decided that it was to go another direction. I have heard members from this council say that Bella Vista is kind of a standout in an area that does not fit its surroundings. Well, perhaps that was the intent of establishing it in the first place, to set a direction, a precedent, the first step in a path of further development that will enhance Washington. This isn't the only area of development that is taking the growth of Washington in this direction. The Sullivan Soccer Park didn't have to be as well developed as it is. It could have been a couple of patches of grass with dirt parking, or even a group of high-rise apartments. But this council determined that Washington deserves better. The houses at Cotton Meadows and Hobble Creek off 3rd East enhance the community even though they are surrounded by farming and industrial area and trailer homes and a dog park that at times has its own unique fragrance. This area could have just as easily been more trailer parks and low-end housing, but it is not. Because this council has demonstrated this vision for Washington, a vision that encourages families to move here and contribute to the positive place that it is and is becoming, my wife and I decided to move here and make it our home, like many others have done and are doing. And so now you have a choice. The area below Bella Vista could be a place where families grow and contribute to our community. It could be another positive step in the future growth of Washington. You have shown this vision in the award-winning recreation center. It is a great plus to our community. And a beautiful library that invites families and individuals to read and meet in a positive and beautiful setting. They didn't have to be as elaborate, but we are glad that they are. There are other parks and subdivisions in Washington that echo that same positive vision of growth. I would ask that this vision for the future of Washington be continued as you consider how the land below Bella Vista be developed. Perhaps we don't need more high-density, part-time apartment rentals. Perhaps something better would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Any questions? Very moving, but one of my challenges, what about those folks that can't afford a house like you live in? What do we do for them? You know? Well, I'm just asking the question. I don't want any answer. I want you to think about it. I just want you to think about it. Like my children, they want to live here, but they can't afford it. What do we do? Just think about it. I'm not yay or nay on any of this. I'm just saying, think about it. Sure.
My name is Charles Bakchoyan. I'm not a resident here yet. My wife and I purchased a lot in Bella Vista back in June of last year. We plan on moving here in a couple of years. I don't have the historical background for Washington like the previous gentleman. It was a hard act to follow. But I am concerned about what is being proposed here for a lot of reasons that have already been discussed. One of the things that's bothering me more than anything else is, from what I was hearing, and I can only speak for myself, is you folks have asked some very good questions of the applicant, and you got some ambiguous answers from what I could hear. And I know from discussing with some other homeowners in Bella Vista that in this process, as Terry mentioned, there's been a lot of ambiguity and wishy-washy. Maybe they're moving as much as the clay's moving. I don't know. But it's hard to know what we're going to end up with. And I think it's important that we know what we're going to end up with before there's an approval here. Traffic's been discussed, obviously, and I am concerned about that just like everybody else. But we all need developers. We wouldn't have a place to live if we didn't have developers. Developers need us because they wouldn't have somebody to buy their product if we weren't looking for a place to live. So we both need each other. But there's such a thing as good development, and there's such a thing as a bad development. And not all development is good in the way it's proposed. So In my opinion, this should not be approved in the way it's being proposed at this point. I think I'm within my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't even time you. Thank you. Any questions for that gentleman? Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm Phil Thigerson, and I'm with Winter Haven. And I want to thank you, gentlemen, for the work that you do for our city. I'm really quite concerned. You've expressed among yourselves a couple of times tonight about the product, what it's really going to be. If you look at the drawing there, the light green, according to what was explained to us at the last planning commission, the light green is going to be desert landscaping. The dark green is the only place that there is going to be irrigated landscape. The picture, Drew, can you put that picture of the home or the units that you had up there? That's very enticing. And after we saw that last at the Planning Commission, I was kind of excited. We're going to have an upscale development. We were told this is just a picture. It isn't necessarily what we're going to get. Kind of let the air out of the balloon. Now, a couple of concerns that I have, and I would appreciate tabling the decision on this development until we have in our hands something, some document that tells us where the financing is going to come from, the changes in our park. We're happy the way it is. We don't want to have to spend any money so some developer can enrich his bank account. Now, we don't think that that's necessary. I have looked at some of the plans. I don't see personally how we can possibly, the way things have been drawn up, how we can possibly get out of our park on 11th East and onto Telegraph Road in any direction. When you take in consideration the size of a pickup truck and a 40-foot fifth wheel, trying to come in off a Telegraph on the 11th East and then turn into our park, I have a question whether that's feasible or not. So I think we need to go back on the drawing board. We need to get in place who's going to pay for all this. Or I would definitely work to kind of shuttle this thing as far as Winter Haven's concerned. We were told that no matter what happens, the city's going to come in and develop this. Well, I'm finding out now that Ridge Point are the people that are responsible for putting in that road, not the city. So I'm a little bit disappointed in finding that information out when we were told the city was going to put that in, that they were going to put a sidewalk down, and that the developer was going to, we were hoping the developer was going to come up with a plan financing the changes into our park. Now, to say that we are going to get the same amount of property, the deeded piece of property that we exit and enter our park on right now, that was walls on both sides, sidewalk on both sides, adequate prior to the town growing, but it was totally adequate. The city came in and said we had to deed that over to the city. I think it's 130 feet from the edge of the street. And the city didn't do anything in there. It was already done. And now they come and tell us, well, we're going to trade you land that you now own for land that you used to own that you gave us. I don't see where that's a proper trade. So we got to have something ironed out. So my recommendation is to table this until we get something in place explaining who's going to pay for the development on our property or the changes.
Now, who told you the city was going to pay for it? Who was it?
Where's Lester? Lester. And I specifically asked him, had that property changed ownership from Bridgepoint to the city, and was told yes. I'm a little peeved right now. I think they're trying to shove something down our throat that we're not happy with. My recommendation would be to table this thing until we get something in line to pay for what we don't want to pay for.
There won't be a decision made on this tonight. You knew that, correct?
No, I didn't.
It will be re-brought up to the council in 2 weeks for approval or non-approval. So May 10th.
May 10th.
On May 10th, yeah. This is just a public hearing. We want your input. We want to hear what you think, suggestions, et cetera, which we have been getting.
So
which we
now,
appreciate.
if financing isn't involved on our part,
With respect to that, if the developer wants to get the PUD zone in place, until he hits a certain threshold where he has to have that second access, then he can continue to use the primary access. But once he hits the threshold of needing that, then he's gonna have to figure out a way to have that access improved or his development shut down. So there's some other checks and balances there that on getting that put in, but we to my knowledge, we don't have funds budgeted as a city to approve that. That would be left more to the two developments, what Ridge Point or this one, whoever's writing the checks.
okay. And I don't think anybody's talked to Ridgepoint. And my feeling is, knowing Ridgepoint, Paul, that he's hoping somebody's going to do all the development for him on that road. And then he'll he'll sell his 21 lots and build up.
That may be the case, but that's something that until that road goes in, it's going to limit what this developer could do. He can still come in and request the PUD zone, and if it's granted, great. But it only means he gets to build a portion of it until that's resolved.
Okay. Then, is there any way of limiting the access on that road? We don't have to put up with the dust, the dirt, the noise. That's a terrible road to drive in and out of in the summertime. In the wintertime, it's nothing but mud. You don't drive on it.
Yeah, I don't know that we're discussing this as a construction access at this point. But that's something that I'm sure will be brought up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for him?
Tyler Hoskins. I'm surprised that you stayed awake through this whole thing. There are property owners in the area that are in support of this project. I have a letter here from Alan Dahl and Gary Turner, both, and I'd like to read that to you just so that you know what their position is. They were not able to attend, but asked me if I would come and read this letter to you. It says, "We as adjacent property owners wish to convey to you that we support this proposed development being built by SJ Property Holdings LLC. We own the property between Telegraph Street and the proposed zone change property. Here are several reasons why we are proponents of this zone change. Number one, room tax. This development not only benefits us personally, but also the citizens of Washington City by generating taxes through a room tax. Number two, potential tax base. This additionally increases a potential tax base generated when our properties develop. In all probability, our properties will not develop until the surrounding properties have dwelling units built on them, inviting the establishment of consumer-driven businesses. This in turn generates a great tax base for Washington City. Number three, infusion of outside money. Weekend vacationers travel here knowing they will be spending money, which infuses outside money into our local community, thus making this particular type of project more favorable to us than single-family homes. We look forward to its completion. We request your vote in favor of this, signed by both parties. Thank you.
Say, I got your name, but who are you with, sir? Who do you
I'm
represent?
just representing myself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rosalind Jessup, representing myself. I know SJ Property. I know you guys are all concerned Bella Vista residents. You guys should be. Everyone should be. But it's life. We all move forward. There are going to be developers, and I personally know the developer, and he's here to help the community. He's here to not make a buck. He's here to offer. He's here to make Bella Vista pop. He knows what he's doing. He's done so many around the world. He's here to make it and offer you guys and make it look nice. I know everything's not perfected because obviously so many public hearings, you got to come back and make sure we hear your guys' opinions, and they want to hear you out, so they're going to make the adjustments, but he's not going to do anything without your approval. He's going to make it very nice and enticing for when you come here to Washington, Utah. It's going to look awesome. Sorry about the shaky voice.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
My name is Ron Romney, and I live in the Bella Vista subdivision. I'd like to ask two questions for clarification, if I could. Number one, about the road called 1100 East or something like that. What is the actual size of that road? I guess I couldn't hear it or didn't understand what they were saying. The width of the road,
I think
is
we
it going?
established that the asphalt would be what, roughly 35 feet.
Isn't the requirement for the city to have a 50-foot road?
50-foot right of way, not necessarily 50 foot of asphalt.
Okay. So what's going to be, what can fit there is only about 35 feet of asphalt?
Well, a vehicle's limited to, what is it, 9.5 feet width to be on a road unless it's considered oversized vehicle. So a 35-foot road, technically, you could get 3.5 cars wide.
We asked the question about what the road would look like at the planning commission meeting, and we told that it would be a standard city road, which is 50 feet wide. There isn't enough room to put a standard road in there 50 feet wide.
Wow.
Even the diagram that was presented here about the reconfiguration of the corner only shows it after they cede 25 feet to the whomever, that the width of the road is only 50 feet wide. I went out this afternoon and measured the width of the road myself. It is 52 feet from the fence line of Winter Haven to the wall of the storage unit, Ahab something or other. The woman came out of the storage unit and told me that her property extends from her wall 13 feet out from that wall. That leaves only about 49 feet of width going clear over to the fence line. You take out 4 or 5 feet for 3 or 4 feet for a sidewalk, and you're down to a very, very narrow street.
Okay, but all due respect, a 50-foot right of way still doesn't have more than 35 feet of asphalt.
Well, we were told too at one time that the whole purpose of this street or this right of way going in there was to provide an emergency outlet for Ridge Point, that there was never intended that it be an ingress and egress right of way, that it was designed and required by the city that it be for access, emergency exit only. The whole point of that, I guess, is that we don't think that this solves the problem, that the problem of ingress and egress is
is being solved by this at all.
I would agree with you that it's certainly not considered to be a primary ingress and egress, but it can serve as a secondary means of egress. And that's really the whole point, is to have a secondary exit in case the primary is blocked, right?
That's true, but with the density count that's being proposed here, it's going to have to be a primary ingress and egress too, because there's not going to. Can you imagine 400 cars trying to exit on Bella Vista Drive at 8 o'clock in the morning? That's difficult to.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just telling you that that's
Well,
how it's.
I understand.
How it's viewed.
The other question I have is a comment's been made here that a traffic study has been performed but no one has told us what the results of that was. What does that traffic study say? What is it told us?
Ultimately, what the traffic study will tell you is what kind of trips are going to be generated. Until it's taken over and plugged into the model, that's when it begins to tell us what infrastructure it's going to entail. And obviously, until there's an approval thing here, we're not going to plug anything into that model at that point.
But what are the results of that traffic study that's been performed? What is it saying? Is it saying that the roads or the infrastructure that's there, even that are proposed, that it can handle a density of
my experience has been generally that's what they show you. Now, what oftentimes happens is to say, well, at Optima as residents, we don't want to have to wait 5 minutes to get on the road, but traffic studies will say, hey, it's all right to wait 5 minutes. There's lots of places in town that you wait 5 minutes. And so be optimal. Yeah, you're right. I mean, ultimately traffic studies don't say that this intersection you're going to only wait 3 minutes at. They basically start to tell us how many trips are generated in and out of a development this size. We take those trips and take them over in, and a lot of it was mentioned, how many right and left-hand turn motions. It isn't cars going straight because cars move straight. It's how do we turn on and off? And so those types of things are then plugged into models to look at future growth and development and say, okay, how many trips are doing this? What this happened? Okay, infrastructure now is warrant. We've heard of warrants. When it hits that point, we say now it warrants the signal goes in. So that's really, most of the time as a council, we never see those traffic studies, because that goes into our public works department, who then works with the developer to say, hey, here's what your study shows us. It's plugged into our model. Here's what you're going to have to do to, whether it's a decel lane, I mean, whatever it may be, to mitigate, whatever it shows us at that point.
Primarily, a traffic study will indicate to the developer what they have to mitigate, but they have the right to mitigate almost anything.
Correct.
Now, sometimes that'll get to the point where they say that's too cost prohibitive. I can't mitigate that. But a traffic study will indicate the levels of mitigation that they have to do. Now, whether that's a traffic signal, whether that's a completely different road, whether that's increased road, that's typically what a traffic study will do. And they have the right to mitigate. They have the right as landowners to mitigate if they want. But again, if they become too cost prohibitive, a lot of times that changes the tone of the construction project. But that's typically what the traffic studies will do, is show levels of mitigation that the property owner needs to do.
I guess what I'm having a difficulty wrapping my mind around or understanding is that why a traffic study couldn't tell us how many units could be supported by the roads that exist there. Okay, and
well, I don't know that the traffic study is going to give you a number of units that can be supportive. I mean, if I wanted to go put a high rise there and put 1,000 units, the traffic study is going to say, this is the problem you created and this is how you mitigate it. But it's not going to say you can't put 1,000 units there. The council is going to say, I can't put 1,000 units there. Does that make sense? It's just going to say, here's what you have to do to continue forward with that development that you want to do.
Okay. Well, I do have one or two comments that I'd like to make about this. Tell you that when we listened to discussions before about approvals and disapprovals on this particular thing, we were encouraged by some of the things that we heard that the council said. Things like that this is the most talked about piece of property in the city of Washington, probably the most controversial. There's been more discussion about that, and that it probably should get extra attention, and we would certainly agree with that. Secondly, it's a unique property, and therefore perhaps it needs a unique design for it, and we would agree with that. One of the things that we would say is that certainly compatibility with the surrounding area should be considered. What we've been shown as the elevation of the things is a complete departure from anything else that's located around it. It's a completely different style. It has composition roofs where all the way around there are tile roofs and those kind of things. So we think it misses the point there with compatibility. Comments were made about looking to the future. What will this look like 10 years from now? What will the project look like? We certainly agree with that. And the comments have been made here about the number of small units that are going to be in it and how those rapidly deteriorate into low-cost rentals and those kind of things. We would be really concerned about that. We were encouraged by comments that said this is a gateway area to the city, and that whatever is put in there should beautify the city. It is a gateway to the city, and so gateways, as explained by the general plan, should be exemplary, should be give the most favorable impression to the city, and frankly, many of us don't see that. And then lastly, that a PUD concept would allow a lot of involvement of the city council and involvement by the neighbors. And so we've tried to say, well, how does this project as it's proposed stack up against that vision, if you want to, of the property? Certainly it's most talked about. We're here again talking about it again. But the unique design, we really don't see anything unique about it. It's pretty much off the shelf kind of thing. There's another project down the road that looks very similar to this, with alleys that exit where the part of the garages exit and that kind of thing. It's not mixed use housing. It's all a single kind of thing, all townhomes and not varied the way some things were explained to us before. Again, the density issue, we've talked about that a number of times, but we're kind of where you are. 245 or whatever the number was disapproved at one point, with a lot of discussion about that being too many, and now it's 375, but that seems to be looking better. That's a little bit hard for us to understand. What does the future look like? We don't know, but again, small units lead to a deterioration, and that's not favorable for the city. Let's get it right the first time. What controls would be in place here? What is there going to be an HOA that would govern this, and what do those parameters look like? We can tell you exactly what Bella Vista is going to look like 10 years from now, because we have covenants in our HOA that are enforced by the board there, and so we know that it's going to look the same 10 years from now as it does right now. A very beautiful place to live in.
That's a lot of those issues you're bringing up is why we kept it in the PUD as opposed to going
Right.
to straight zoning. So
We
we would have involvement in on that, and it was kept in an HOA, and so.
We understand that, but we don't see the involvement. Have any of you been involved with talking to the developer and getting input?
Oh yeah, but understand, we're still on the front end. I mean, they're coming in as an application. A lot of these questions are going to be answered in that process. That's all.
Okay. Well, from our standpoint, there hasn't been a lot of involvement of us. There's been meetings held, but primarily those meetings were to tell us what they were going to do and what they were going to submit. Okay, not ask us what we thought about it or what it was. And frankly, at the end of all of those meetings that we've had, we walked away with more questions than we had answers. And when we asked specific questions, we got very vague answers. And so we still are we don't know how this is going to play out. One of the concerns that we have is the quality of the units, and we really don't know very much about that. We haven't seen floor plans. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know what the type of construction is going to do. None of that's proposed, but the PUD ordinance seems to indicate that should be part of the application process, but we haven't seen that. And again, we've heard comments like it may take 10 years to build this out, to get it completely finished before it's done. Are these people still going to be around 10 years from now? Do they have the staying power to do this and to complete it? Those are questions and concerns that we have, and we hope those are questions that you would ask too. As it is proposed, I don't think that we're in favor of it because of the high density and the safety issues that are involved with the traffic. And we appreciate your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Need a break? Are we done with this portion? We got a whole nother one to go. Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it.
Mayor, if there's nobody else to speak. Going once, going twice, all right.
I'm very nervous.
Last word.
Very, sorry. Yes, my husband. My name is Jan Keefe. I live in Bella Vista. I just have a couple of comments. I just have, I don't know, with the meetings that we have had with the developers and stuff, I am just uncomfortable because every time we've met, they have had a picture like you saw tonight. And I personally asked them very specifically, is this what you're going to build? And every time they said no. They said something kind of like that, sort of like it. And then they told us to look over at, I keep forgetting the name of the place, Sienna Hills, the very back
Shannon
where
Hills?
the villas. It says back there. So I asked them, okay, because I've been over there. And they border with, I've been in them. They're very nice, the ones that border. But they said they're not going to have them like that. Those are too big. They're going to be more like the alley ones, the small ones. And that just concerns me because I look at those and to put that many here, these, I'm envisioning, because there are 2 stories. My mouth's so dry. There are 2 stories, and the largest that they told us that they were going to build was 1,800 square feet. Tonight, they said 22, I think, which is the first time I've heard that. They've shown us pictures like this, and then I've asked them, is that what this is down here? And they said no. So we just can't understand why they can't show us exactly what they're going to build. I don't know. It just bothers me because I'm not envisioning what they're saying here because they told me that is not what they're building. That is their words, not mine. And another comment I have is the gentleman that read that letter from, I don't know, Turner's or something. I don't know who the people are.
Turner and Dahl.
Yeah, I don't know who they are, but I think it was a different gentleman, I think, at the Planning Commission that read another letter like that also. And that kind of bothered me because they told me that they live on the other side of Telegraph. So I don't see how, I guess they own the development land on Telegraph on our side. However, all these units, it's not going to affect them. They don't have to drive down there with all these. So,
Will affect them. Yeah.
How
You'll
will it-
actually increase their property value.
okay.
So.
Okay, for the development part
Well, or
out on
futuristic,
Telegraph.
what they do is own the storage facility. You can see the landowners there, the
Okay.
R.A. Turner family, they own that property.
Okay.
And so obviously today it's boat and RV storage.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, who knows what it may be. And I think that's what they're looking
Right.
at and saying, if this develops, as I kind of heard it, they're saying that property is commercial. These are going to be people who are going to shop in our commercial projects. That's kind of what I heard that letter to say is, that's why
Oh.
we're in favor of it, because these people are going to support businesses that we're going to develop someday.
So getting rid of the trailer park, or not trailer park, the storage
The
unit?
storage facility,
Potentially.
correct?
Potentially, so
Correct.
that's what they're talking about?
Correct, yeah, they're the owners of that.
Okay.
And I don't know if Dahl is the dam properties or not, but that wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so anyway, but still that many units, I'm very concerned about because it really does affect us. And I don't like it, but thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Howcroft, I represent the developer. I just wanted to address a couple things. Number one, the plans that we're showing there. These are plans that we are building now at Traverse Mountain, at the point of the mountain. We have a big project there that we're doing, and these are craftsman type homes. The reason they're 5-plexes and 6-plexes is that's what we're doing in that area. And almost adjacent to these homes, we have $400,000 or $500,000 single family detached housing, and their values have actually gone up because of what we're building here. We feel it is a new look. It's very popular. We've done our demographics, and we're finding that this is probably the fastest selling product that we could put on this particular property. And that's why we're looking at that. As far as the density, we're within what the master plan calls for the area. We're within what the zoning calls for in the area.
All due respect, you're not within what the motion and the general plan discussion was 18 months ago, which is why I brought it up.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Troy, but you got to realize that the developer isn't tied to what a prior developer brought in and proposed because
You
of,
certainly are tied to what the general plan says and the zoning says.
I agree. I agree.
And they went through that step. They got the general plan done. The zoning it was PUD and it remains PUD because we want to see it in that. And like I said, last time when we left it as a PUD, you ought to have the ability to take some of the density in areas that isn't feasible because of the clay and localize it in some of the other densities or areas that are where you could increase it and move those densities around and shuffle them. But to come back and say, well, we have the right to X number of units, it's a different calculation, I don't agree with.
Well, that's a matter that apparently we don't agree with because the zoning and the master plan says that we can have that many units. Just because some
Where
prior,
does it say that you can have that many units?
well, I don't have the exact, I'd have
I
to,
have
I'd
the
have to.
motion that was made by the city council at the time. I mean, that ultimately, that motion, the way it reads is what the general plan reads.
For the prior developer, for that plan.
That's
For the property.
Yeah, for the property as a whole. Once the
if
general plan's changed, it
Yeah.
changes for everybody.
If you want to go to more units, by all means, go back to the general plan and resubmit general plan. But for me, the baseline is what's been read into the general plan and what has been motioned into the general plan. That's your baseline.
I'm not stepping on Steve.
No, I appreciate it.
I'm the number cruncher who's done this. I know Bruce crunched numbers. We fall entirely within the general plan, whether it's an R18, whether it's whatever it might be. Because we're a PUD, we could stick one apartment building on the south side of Bonnie that has however many units you said were single family. Bam, that could be it. Because PUD, the product type doesn't necessarily matter. We're staying within our density calcs and we're below them. Drew came up
Not
with
the way I read it.
Drew, then you're misreading the numbers. Don't you blow up that area that has
No,
the
no, no,
square
no,
footages?
no, no.
No, I think that you're
fully
correct with what you're
understand.
saying, density calcs, you're correct. But part of the reason this council wanted it left in a PUD is because this council feels like this property's some sensitive property that needs some special attention. And so the council wants to stay involved. We did give you flat zoning and said, go build however many units your density calcs give you and go do it. And so obviously, at least my feeling is that's why this council stayed involved here is to say, We want to be a part of how this thing develops out. And so for us to get told, this is what my density is and what I can slap in there, I'm saying, oh yeah, bring it on.
I got an email the other day saying, hey, we have the right to build 700
No,
units.
no.
Please don't clap.
No.
We have the right to build 700
Thank
units.
you, but
We're only
no.
requesting 345 or whatever it is, so you ought to be happy about that. And to give us anything less than that is taking of our vested rights. Well, I'm sorry, that's not the case.
Well, I understand what you're saying. As far as the product type, we feel, you know, we can do two things. We can do lower, there's a certain amount of costs in there because we got to do a turn lane off the Telegraph. We got to deal with the issues on 11th East. We got to deal with the flood control issue getting down to 3rd East. We got all these issues. And as we address those, there are certain things we can do. We can either do inexpensive housing and maximize profit on them to cover the cost of all this, all these improvements, or we can take and do a project like this and do all the amenities, the parks, the pools, and make it really, like you indicated, a destination place. And we're doing completely maintenance free so that in 30 years, they'll look as good as they do the day we final them. And we've got projects in Salt Lake that we've done that with, and they are 30 years old and they look as good.
That's exactly why we left it within a PUD, because we want some creativity to go into that project. We want you to be able to localize and tighten up some of those areas and leave some open space areas and whatever else. But and so I understand we all want it to be a good long-term project. If it's in a PUD, it's under an HOA, we're going to have those benchmarks met, right?
Sure.
But again, I go back to what was put in the record, and what you're bringing to us is different.
Well,
right? Now, I told you when we did the PUD, you ought to have the right to localize some of those and for opening up other areas so that you don't lose your density counts from what I feel is part of the record. Because you're going to have to avoid some of those clay areas. Then come back and say, well, hey, they gave us, you know, we ought to be able to calculate all of this at this and let's go for it. I think there's a question of, again, I brought it up before, none, some, and all on multifamily. You know, I'm not supportive of all multifamily. The question for me is how much of some do we agree on?
What would you be willing to do considering that statement?
Well, what I hear Troy saying is he'd like to see some single-family detached housing in
I
there.
don't care if you have one single-family detached house. I honestly don't. But the calculation that was brought in at the general plan was, we're going to establish this area as single-family. We're going to establish this area as single-family. We're going to establish this area as multifamily, right? If what you do is say, I'm going to get rid of all my single-family, and I'm going to go to all multifamily, and I'm going to localize it over here, you ought to be able to build all those different, that overall quantity. But to then say, okay, well, now we're going to take the whole parcel and we're going to change it to all multifamily, I'm not supportive of. Like I said, I don't think you need to build a single-family house. You can localize all multifamily into a smaller parcel.
What I hear you saying is the council doesn't feel we have the right to build any more than 221 units.
My personal feeling, and I'm not speaking for the rest of the council members here, they can all speak for themselves. My personal feeling is the density calculation was established at the general plan amendment 18 months ago at 226. If you want to put 226 on 1 acre and leave the other 77 acres open, by all means. If you want to change that density or you want to change that calculation, then by all means, come back at a general plan
or come back and show us justification as to why.
You can see our problem. We're dealing with the council on one end, and we're dealing with Lester and the various commissions on the various departments on the other end, saying you have to do this, this, and this, and there's no way financially it's feasible.
Lester doesn't have anything to do with what's approved on the general planners.
But he has a lot to do with the development costs involved to do the improvements.
Sure, he has requirements that we've imposed on him through our ordinance that says we have these design guidelines, and he's gonna ensure you designed it the design
Well,
guidelines.
sure, and I have no problem with that. Mike, I'll turn time over. Mike is our attorney.
We spoke earlier today.
Hey, Steve, before you leave, I've got some questions.
Okay.
A couple of them. One, I would like to know what the product is. Is the picture we're seeing the product? Or is it going to be something like that? I don't want something like that, because part of the PUD to me is we know what the product is.
The product you're seeing is like 5 plexes and 6 plexes. Most of those are 4 plexes, 3 plexes. It's the same type of product, only maybe not as many units.
But it'll look identical to that, only it may be just 3 of those instead of 6 of those. But the facades, everything will look identical to what we're seeing there.
And the exact floor plans, we haven't done yet because.
Well, we usually don't get involved in
Yeah,
floor
we
plans
just wait
because
for
we don't go in the houses. We see what's on the outside. We worry about curb appeal and those things. Secondly, as you mentioned that this product you're currently putting at Traverse Mountain, right adjacent to some very large, very expensive homes.
On one side, we have very expensive homes. On the other side of this product, we have a 440 unit apartment complex. So we have mixed use.
So what would preclude you for doing something similar with this product?
We brought in and proposed doing apartments on one side. Or you mean doing a single family?
Your
house?
single family, yeah, your nice, your nice $500,000 houses that you portrayed versus, and then some of this mixed in with it.
If it wasn't next to all the commercial and storage units, we probably could do that. I don't think you could sell a $500,000 home overlooking that storage unit.
Bella Vista sold a whole bunch of them up there.
But they don't even hardly see that. And a lot of them are viewing the river.
So, okay, I just asked that question because that's kind of the vision that I would like to see, is some mixed use in here. That, yeah, you've got this type of a product, but you also have a product that blends it and gives that, but that's my personal.
Okay, understand. Go ahead.
One of the things I wanted to address, you had, Troy, Mike Novus. Sorry about that. You had mentioned about when they had talked about the different zones and the densities within the R18, the R110, and the multifamily. When that happened, and I looked in the record, I don't see that was ever approved. I saw that it was denied.
It passed with the following roll call vote. Councilman Nyson, nay. Councilman Segmiller, aye. Councilman Staley, aye. And Councilman Turek.
This was general plan. This was the general
This was
plan.
the general
change.
plan. Now, we denied the application that came to us last time because it had a mobile home park, it had manufactured housing, it had some mix of stuff that we didn't.
It was general. It was, had an R3
Yeah,
zone. It was straight zoning, basically.
It was straight
Breaking
zoning.
out straight zoning, and the council felt that we didn't want to go straight zoning. We wanted to stay in a PUD.
The other thing that I would mention too, the plan that has, we keep talking about this 220 or 40 number that I've heard different people talk about. That's kind of the baseline. And when we go above that, we have residents who are nervous.
You understand where that came from, right? Yeah. Drew, can you pull that out of the map? Bob? This map right here was produced as an exhibit during that general plan, as this is why you need to give us these densities, and this is, we want the medium high density designation because we have this multifamily component on that smaller parcel right there. The twin homes and the single family homes was never an issue. They requested that multifamily, or the medium high density, to address just this parcel. But they said, and they read it into the minutes at that point in time, that yes, we're granting you this medium high density to address that parcel, but
we're just applying it to the whole piece, even though in the record, they said, you're going to be going R18 over here and you're going to be going R110 there, right? This is what was produced by the partner in the land at the time.
He was the applicant at the time.
He was the applicant, but he also had ownership in the property, to my knowledge, was a partner with Ken Hyden.
And I don't know.
So that,
I don't know that
you
for sure.
understand why all these people are here. This is what was represented to them. This is what's coming in. And 18 months ago, when next application comes in, it's not that. Next application comes in, it's mobile home park, it's manufactured homes, it's R3, it's this. Well, we don't like that, you know, because we kind of just barely bought off on this. And now we're bringing this in and it's all multifamily, the whole thing. And it's 100+ units over and above what was represented to this council and to these people at the general plan.
So this map
So
then
this
was
map-
presented, you're saying at the general, when they did the
was.
general plan.
And that's what it was based on. That's how that motion was based on this general plan.
So in the general plan amendment, you're saying once this is submitted, then that's what you have to
No,
build?
I'm not saying that this plat is.
Because just the
this
concept
layout,
plan, it's not
this
even.
concept, but this concept is what they bought off on when they did that. And that's why they said, we're not giving you all multifamily, even though we're zoned, we kind of laid it out in the general plan. When it comes to zoning, we're not zoning it all medium high density. You're going to have these lower densities involved with it. We're just giving it to you to make it easy. Because I think at the time they intended to come in straight zoning and with this plan. They were just going to straight zone it, but with this plan.
Yeah, and I don't know what the
And
prior
when it
developer's
changed, that's when
decision
this
was.
council said, yeah, you know what, we saw that, we didn't like where that, you know, we don't like where this is changing to. We want to leave it in the PUD so we have a little bit tighter control on what's happening. That's why we're here where we are today.
So when you say now we're here at the PUD, how would you like it to look?
It's not my project.
No, I understand that. I completely understand that. But if we're talking about it, because, you know, we've gone, this
You
is a
understand-
concept.
You understand, now that we're here at the PUD, right?
Yeah.
I think if you wanted to take all the single family out and you wanted to localize it down there and do some higher density, I'm fine with that. I don't have any problems with that. Jeff wants to see some sort of.
Yeah, my concept's different than his
Some
concept, so.
different stuff, but that's the
Troy,
applicant
we've
to come up
we
with.
have approached the neighborhood with your concept, and they strongly said, do not do. It's very condensed apartment housing. Nobody wants it. The reason
you speak into the mic?
The reason
Thank
the
you.
neighbors have been so involved, the reason they've seen so many designs is because we're getting your feedback, their feedback. I have a question. Why did the developer walk from this, that presented this? You told me. You knew it wasn't feasible.
Well,
You knew it. You knew this wasn't feasible. Why is it not feasible?
listen, I know that this is not feasible, but by leaving it in the PUD, you can transfer those those densities around. and
Into
build the similar
higher
amount of doors.
density,
In
which we
certain areas, yes, you can.
proposed to Bella Vista, and they says, do not, we beg you not to do an apartment complex next to our place, which it would be localizing 3-story buildings like Mesa Falls in St. George is exactly the proposal we did there. We held another neighborhood meeting. They all unanimously voted against it.
Well,
I would like to have any residents here that
all-
said they
all
were
due
for it.
respect, all due respect,
So we're taking their.
it's not their
theirs.
development either.
No, it isn't, but their feedback, your feedback, feasibility feedback, all these play into play. How do you get and make a project work, cutting 100 homes out of it? You
Wait,
tell me that.
wait a second. I didn't cut a single home out of it.
No, I'm saying cutting 100 units. You're saying 2 some odd, we're saying 3 some odd, right?
I understand.
You told me you knew why he didn't do it.
I know exactly why he didn't do it.
It
It's full of low
doesn't
clay.
work.
It doesn't work.
So
There's no doubt it doesn't work.
why are we bringing up a plan to compare to something to hold us to when you know it doesn't work? I don't understand that. You're a developer. You know dollars, you know what works. I can appreciate Jeff's thing. First off, you asked me, is this a residence? Is this commercial? Is this a resort? Do people stay in crappy resorts?
Oh, that's why I ask what you're developing.
So,
Because I ask myself, is this a place where a resort works? If you're saying,
If
yeah, I'm
it
developing a
has-
resort, then I look and say, okay, this is a resort. Is this where I want a resort? Those are questions I ask.
well, it looks like a resort because it is developed out as a nice enough, like it is nice enough to be a resort. That will come
James.
with the option. We're asking for the option.
I
But I can
understand that.
appreciate the question, is this a resort or residence? It's going to be that nice that you don't know because it
Well-
has to be maintained that nice.
Listen, I'm not the one that established the density of the project, right?
In your opinion, you feel like there is an established density,
Absolutely.
but is that the established law density or can we propose this?
Sure.
And have you
by all
guys
means,
look
bring
at-
it back as another,
do it.
as a general plan amendment.
You are in the general plan.
Not,
In
not
your
according
opinion,
to the way I read it.
in your opinion,
Well,
you
then that's
think that
my
it should be
opinion.
lower. But also
will-
in that same opinion, you said this was not a feasible project.
We're not getting.
You told me
Yeah.
this.
We're arguing now. We're not public hearing.
I know I'm not
Yeah.
trying to get in an argument, but what I'm trying to say is you're trying to drop the
Folks,
number.
this isn't the jazz game.
I would love to be able to put one house here and make it work, but you and me both know it won't work. I'd love to cut however many units and spread them out or condense them. I did take your plan of condensing it tight into this R3 zoning. We did do that. I don't know that if you're aware, but this is the 15th drawing of it. Nobody here wants apartments on that R3. And I know that's
fully-
what you're
look,
recommending.
I understand your frustration, right? I truly do. And what I said at the time, what I said back then was, if you're gonna give up lots,
Mhm.
you ought to be able to make it up elsewhere,
Right.
right? But to give up lots does not mean I'm gonna go do how many units is it?
345.
345 units.
Mhm. We were not giving up lots from the previous developer. We are not previous developer. That plan will never work here. You and me both know that.
Fine, but the general plan was modified by the landowner at the time.
Mhm.
So if you're coming to buy that ground, then you're stuck with what he's modified unless you want
In
to
your
go change it.
opinion, we are, and now we're asking for this.
This is a different,
This is,
it's different.
And,
I don't know if we're getting anywhere with this.
yeah, and that, I'm trying, but it's being brought up over and over and
Right,
over again on this
exactly.
density.
I
It
guess the
really
one question
is.
I would have is this what you have to have to make it work? Is there any, can we do anything different? Or is this are you saying this is what I have to have to get it to work?
Can we split them? When you split them, you.
No, you shared with me
In
your-
my opinion, no.
Okay.
I really don't know how to make it work.
Because that's,
And-
to be honest with you, as a council member, I never sit up here and say, how do I make sure a
Right.
developer pencils?
Right.
That's not my job.
Right.
Your job as a developer to decide whether it pencils.
Right.
My job is to look and say, is this the product that fits our community and how it fits in?
That's right. Yeah.
And so as a city councilman, I look and say, is this part of does this fit? Does this
Mhm.
work? And then you as a developer can say, hey, it doesn't work for me or it
Doesn't
does
work,
work for
yeah.
me. And
Well,
so,
and that's what I appreciate, Kenneth, we aren't going to make all these vacation rental. It's an option. This will be housing for our kids mixed with the resident, with the overlay. The overlay adds another infusion of it. And
I
that's what
think
we're
the
asking
overlays,
for.
like I said, that's.
It is. It's
that's
another,
still to come and
it's
isn't
still
part
another.
of, isn't
But
part
I
of
think
anything
they
that I'm looking
commingle
at here.
so much as why are we doing this? Why does it look like such a resort feel? That's where I feel like I need to explain why it does.
Okay.
But it has the amenities to support something like that. I can appreciate that you had to wonder, is it a resort or is it a residence? People don't stay in crappy resorts. So when we're talking about how this project is going to look in 30 years, if it looks crappy in 30 years, people won't stay here.
And I guess I'll share my opinion of what I'm looking here is to build a part of my community, not a resort.
Right. Well,
So that's,
a
when you start
resort
seeing
style
people come to
housing-
stay in a nice resort, I'm saying, well, if I was building a resort, maybe that fits where a resort is, but this is part of my community. It's not a resort.
Right.
So
And that's what I'm
I
saying.
guess
is
that's where the
part of the
philosophies are a little
community
different.
with the resort feel. On there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we've discussed this one enough. Let's move on.
Well, Mayor, if there's nobody else to speak, I will make the motion that we close our public hearing.
Second.
Motion and second.
IVI.
Bellis, aye.
Nice night.
Turek, aye.
Okay, we'll move on to item E, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-17-12 to change the current zoning designation from open space.
We got the second one, don't we?
6D.
We gotta get D.
Am I in C?
6D. Yeah, we want to go to D.
D, okay, I apologize.
We're to D.
knows it's gonna be 2 weeks until you.
Yeah.
It's a lot of weeks because
A lot
of
of weeks.
cotton days. Yeah, everybody will be moved to May 10th for all these decisions. Unfortunately, it would have been the 26th, but that meeting's been canceled due to cotton days. I'm starting to
Okay,
get
item
cotton mouth.
C, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-17-10 to change the current zoning designation from open space.
No, we're on 7. You're on.
Oh, my gosh.
We're on 6D.
I wanted to be done.
6D.
6D, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request Z-17-16 to change the current zoning designation from plan unit development to plan unit development with a residential short-term overlay zone located approximately Bella Vista Drive and 100 South. Same applicant.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant has stated, is requesting the overlay residential rental short term. The area request is approximately 26.438 acres, and that's indicated in that red buffer line around that schematic. Should look familiar. This is what the PUD that would be being entertained on the previous one is the same design. And the red border is what came out of the Planning Commission for the short-term rental area. The proposed change is for possible future development of a project that could or would allow for short-term rentals, or we refer to them in our area as vacation rentals is the term that most people are familiar with. Staff reviewed the proposed overlay zone request, finding that it meets the minimum criteria in parcel size. Just to point that out, as our ordinance states, 5 acres, 5 units is the minimum. It doesn't meet that. And staff is also appreciative of the amount and the scale of the amenities that are proposed. Again, we talked about those in the PUD. We have the number of pools, pickleball courts, the sand volleyball court, the hot lots, the playground, etc. 3 swimming pools again, and clubhouse, etc. Staff was appreciative of those amenities that have been proposed, and again, this is, as I say, staff, this is Mr. Ellerman. I have to report that sometimes it is a multiple of different staff members, but as the community development director. But due to location, especially the surrounding development, staff feels that this is far too many units. And that would be 234 of them devoted to the short-term rental. This could be a burden of the area many times throughout the year. I refer to many times throughout the year, the Ironman, the marathon, the especially President's Day weekend with the soccer tournament and the Parade of Homes, etc. There's a lot of events here. And so during those times, I feel it'd be a very hot and used place, and not hot by heat, by desire of use. Thus, the reason is for my neutral vote. If you read my recommendation, the staff recommended a neutral. I didn't say denial or approval because I do see there are, because of the amenities they put in, I just was uncomfortable personally on the number with that. The property is designated in the general plan as a medium high density, and part of it and this got changed. We did add what happened, and I need to point out, is these units next to Horizon West were actually pulled out of the original proposal, and the one unit closest to, you can see there, that one small unit was in the original, but the Planning Commission pulled it out, but they added, so they took 5 buildings out and added these 8 that you see right here. And that's where the red line that you see is what the Planning Commission moved forward. But moving on to my report, the general plan falls again within the density of the general plan, the 7 to 12, and all the units that are proposed in the density would end up being 8.8 in this particular case and scenario, dwelling units per acre. There's still a large number of vacation rentals in relationship to surrounding developments, again, according to staff, according to I. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 15th, 2017 meeting. During their public hearing, the Commission eliminated, as I mentioned earlier, the units over by Horizon West during that public hearing, and then changed over and the one over by Winter Haven and added those 8, and just point that out again. So the units actually went from 234, the original proposal, to a 244 unit total. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 4-1, recommended approval of Z-17-16 for the overlay zone request, adding the residential short-term overlay zone to the current existing planned unit development area PUD zoning designation. This was passed on to the City Council with the findings in the report. I hope my voice continues to make it. Anyway, I'll be glad to answer any questions. I was looking for water, but I'll get that in a second, that the council might have for me before you open up your public hearing.
Any questions for Drew?
Drew, and maybe there's more. This parking is that the only parking that we're talking about that's more for your?
Just for the toys. Yeah,
Toy-
this was,
toy
we
parking.
kind of pointed that out in the other one, but I didn't want to drag that into the equation too much on the previous, but this is the application that
So
it
within
does
the
address.
project, we don't have any deeper, longer.
Just in this area, these will be roughly, probably, I'm guessing about 30 foot deep is what if I'm going off of the 20-foot driveways, they're at least 30, 35 feet deep for that boat, etc. I just call it extra toy parking. Are you putting me on the timer? Okay. Sorry. So that is it. I thought about the comment that was made that, because at one time it was talked about maybe putting them up in this corner, etc. If you do that and you move some of the amenities over here, I don't know if I'd rather have quiet boats and quads, etc., parked there, or pickleball courts where you're going to end up with noise. I don't know. That was just one of the things I thought about. If they ended up moving or swapping or doing something, that's just food for thought on that. So, but that is the area that we ask. That's actually more than anybody's actually. We've usually made people put them in. If you remember the town center, we ended up having them drop 4 in. I know there were not as many units.
What we
but
did over there was we requested that they were more centrally
yeah,
located.
I think,
So
well, it was the only
probably,
place we could put them, I think, too.
at least for me in this,
Yeah.
as moving forward, I think you'd probably want to see some in the different pockets, because what's going to happen is they're going to try and cross park across the stalls where you've got a bunch of parking spaces. They're going to park a boat there. I mean, that's the problem we have in the other projects, right? So to I guess embrace the fact that they're going to be bringing some of that stuff and bringing those trailers, I'd like to see some of those pockets mixed throughout, at least, maybe 2 or 3 stalls here and 2 or 3 stalls there. Because they're going to try and park it
Yeah, and that's
as close to their unit as possible.
We've met with the Planning Commission discussing futuristic of overnight rental stuff. And as you well know, my position is oftentimes if a developer wants to come in with overnight rentals, they need to be able to provide the parking that's going to sustain that. And that may mean that you give up some units to provide the parking where it needs to be. So I guess that's the thing I look at and say, number one is, and I was going to wait for the applicant to say how many parking stalls are we getting out there? And secondly, is it adequate enough to have, if you've got 200 units, how many parking stalls do we really need? Is 3 or 4 going to be enough? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, we calculated, and it's like Brandy said, there are several hundred
I
extra
understand.
parking.
Yeah, parking. So I'm talking about, we had the
Yeah.
discussion of saying the toy parking X amount for every X amount of units. Now, of course, we have, like I said, that's been in the discussion stage still at this point.
Exactly.
But where we're looking at an approving thing here, obviously, I think we need to take it into consideration. As to
We
say, we
do.
know that's the problem. We know a problem that exists with these overnight rentals is a parking situation.
Yeah.
So if we're going to go ahead and look at this and approve it as such, we better address the parking here and now, especially in a PUD situation where we have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
So I guess the thing I look at is say, okay, if you want overnight rentals, this many units, you need to supply me X amount of units, probably centrally located. And that may mean that you lose a complex to support the parking.
I'm just thumbing through, this is an area that might be considered for 4 or so of them. 5. I also look at some of these places that you can definitely extend those. I think we have the areas. It's just where you would so prefer to have them. If this is not, the area, that's fine too.
It's not that it's not the area. I just think the reality is you're going to have people trying to park a boat in these smaller sections. So in a couple of these areas, you ought to just plan for it, or at least I would request that with the plat stage anyway.
Yeah, and it's a good point. Like I say, but the people up at Coral Ridge park in our fishing pond area and don't mind walking
this is your plat
halfway
stage.
through. So this is it.
PUD, you're at your plat state. You're there.
This would be the place that you would say if you're going to take this. But again, if some of these aren't in the area, then it does no good to.
Well, we didn't address it.
But you shouldn't have
So
addressed
we'll
it.
address it at this stage when we're over in Coral Canyon doing.
Well, that wasn't a PUD, was it?
Yeah.
It's put the PCD.
Well, PCD,
Yeah.
but still.
It was still the project. You did it you ended up doing it at the plat because it wasn't a zone change for them because
It was just a change.
it was a change. I mean, they came at the plat time because it was already in there, allowed in their PCD for certain areas. So. I think I finished my report.
Any questions for
Do you have any more questions for me?
for the developer?
Yeah, I've got a question for the developer. Mainly dealing with this park, is this going to be paved
Yeah.
out there?
To address, I kind of was making note on Drew's things and the questions you guys were talking about. To address the parking, yeah, it would be an improved stall area to where people would actually utilize it. I think some people would probably not have a problem parking a side-by-side trailer back there, but if you got a nice boat, you're not going to want to do that. We've had a lot of discussions. Like I said, that used to be a huge parking lot, and due to neighbors' comments to us in our neighborhood meetings that we've been holding, we took that out. We have had, just so you guys know, we've met with and had extensive learning from a local property management company that manages a lot of these short-term rentals. And to get stuff and ideas from them, they actually do manage Coral Canyon or Coral Ridge, excuse me. So they're very much aware of the problems that this causes. So in talking about management of parking and boats and that, we've made calls also as well to the Bella Vista storage unit. Conveniently, it's right there. All the boat parking, they're full most of the time, but you can buy a monthly or yearly slot, and it's literally pennies for these owners. So if I was to own a short-term rental unit, the first thing I would want to do is call Bella Vista and say, this is mine. So if people come, I can market my unit as having boat parking in a secured area. It's available. So that's something we looked at. The property management company, because it would have twofold property management. It would have property management on a typical standard HOA level that would manage landscape day-to-day standard, there'd be your board of directors sitting there managing a standard PUD development. And on a second level of management, we'd hire a separate company that would control and manage the short-term rental and leasing on that. So, and talking to them, she mentioned that, yes, it's always a problem with parking, as the city's well aware. So she mentioned a couple ideas of places that she thought would make sense to put pocket parking for boats in relation to the grouping of the units. When picking out the area to do short-term rental on, we thought maybe, let's present a 50-50, 75-25% thing, but we were guided and directed by property management companies to keep it grouped, to not try to intermix necessarily the ability. That way, when this property is marketed, it's marketed with the idea that, yeah, I'm going to be a full-time resident, but because I bought within that red area, the probability of my neighbor doing short-term rental, they could or they could not. So the property will be marketed. If you notice, I wanted to point this out earlier, talking about different product type. I know it is all attached. However, we do feel strongly that we have different price points and different market types. As you can see in the medium high density area, everything north of Bonnie, the units are tighter. They're bigger. They're 5-plex all the way up to the 6-plex unit. If you look south of Bonnie, the only units that we have that are above we have 4. That's our max size. And you get up on that ridge line, those are maxed out at 3. And in our conversations with the neighbors, the area that you can see in the internal pocket between Florence and Bella Vista, notice how spaced apart those units are. If you look, I don't know if Drew can scroll over so you can see the house tops in Bella Vista. Where he zoomed in, they're actually further apart and more spaced out than the development in Bella Vista currently is today. So these are price points that we are trying to hit. See, look how tight those units are in the Bella Vista. Now look up in the corner and you can see the difference. The rooftops are literally almost the same size, but look how much more space we're taking. And if you put into the thing where we're supposedly left units on the table, those could have been larger. But with the conversation with the Bella Vista neighbors, they don't want to see major big units coming into their development. And so trying to hit price point and maintain that, there is a difference in product.
One of the things that we've required of all the last overnight rentals is that there's one singular management company. I assume you're aware of that.
Absolutely.
That's something that we would require of this. I mean, the HOA can choose as a whole to pick who's doing it, who's administering it.
Mm-hmm.
But at least I personally feel in a project like that, you want the people that are coming down to be able to call the front desk, so to speak, right? If there's somebody partying, I don't want 15 homeowners or 15 residences calling the police department. I just assume that front desk is making that phone call to the police department. It just cuts down a lot of headache and hassle and a lot of the cross competition, so to speak. Because I know your people that you've talked to over at Sienna Ridge, they're one of multiple that are in there.
There is multiple in the area. In fact, I worked on a different municipality, different project where that was their big concern too, is we want one rental company like you pick up, and they were kind of iffy on it. They thought it would bring variety or, but these guys in the company that we've been talking to, which I know you're aware of who they are, she can be on site in less than 15 minutes. So if there is a disturbance phone call, they're there. They actually patrol and they monitor and they watch. And so if your resident is allowing people to mistreat or misuse their properties, they take care of that as well.
In a smaller project, right? If we had, say, 3 buildings that were overnight rental, to have off-site management to me isn't a big deal. In a project where you've got a lot of units co-located, my personal feeling is there ought to be somebody staffing that 24 hours a day. It's just the numbers of it.
Yeah, and there definitely could
can't get out of hand. And the problem with Coral Ridge is it's not my fault, it's them. The fingers get pointed at every which direction. Well, if you want to run it like a hotel, run it like a hotel.
Agree. I just want to, and I think that's very valid. The comment to be made here tonight is the area encompassed by the red has the ability. We're not Paradise Village out in Santa Clara where it's forced to be nightly rental. It is strictly an option.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So I think in just regards to this, so if the market feels like, we've got too many there, you know what, then it'll go into a normal townhome complex. So I think you're right, Troy, at build out to feeling the need, if these all ended up being short-term rental, absolutely. I think that an on-site manager might actually make more sense.
Coral Ridge, how many did we figure last time we were talking on Coral Ridge? How many did we figure were actually in the rental pool? A little less than half. And it's an issue over there, and it's a much smaller project than this. So I understand that probably the majority of them aren't going to be overnight rentals, but they're still going to be in that setting with the numbers condensed into a large overall project.
I agree. I think it's a benefit to all, to be honest with you, to have the tighter the management, better.
No, I know that. I'm just saying in something of this size and scale, my personal feeling is it ought to be that you have an office on site that is manned 24 hours a day.
Can you do they get more money out of a unit that can be rented?
So we've done a ton of market research on it, and these guys spoke up to earlier. What it does, I stayed in a VRBO last weekend in Austin. Okay. And I'm staying in one in a couple months up in Utah County. And the one in Utah County, it's similar development as this. So the first thing I looked at, do we have pools? What's the cool factor here? Okay. And then now there was 4 units available. Okay. They were all literally priced the same, more or less. But I was like, okay, looking through pictures. Oh, this one's nicer. This one has better furnishings. This one is better kept. So the level of, yeah, it's competition within itself to continue to make your unit the best. Why would I rent this one at X amount of dollars when I can rent the one right next to it that's nicer for the same amount of money? So yeah, every study that we've looked at, all the numbers that we've ran, short-term rental properties actually drive up the value of the property because it leads to more money being pumped into the project.
So the price is higher then?
The property value is higher.
How much higher?
I don't know that. Maybe these guys have hard numbers. They're the money guys. But in talking to our property management company, these guys have been working with, she says, I mean, President's Day weekend, they're sold out. Come down in the middle of, October, well, not marathon weekend, and then they have a ton of availability. So on average, a short-term rental is 50-50. Between, Monday through Thursday, it's dead. You don't have any traffic problems. Come the weekend, they fill up. So it's very riding the market, so to speak. We talked to the neighbors a lot. If they like short-term, they didn't like short-term. And honestly, the price point of the project could vary. If it's injected with the overnight rental market, the money's going to be there. If it's not, then we're looking more at an affordable housing project. Young families, starter homes, because of the availability. I kind of got off on a tangent away from the parking, but
Yeah, I was going to say, back to your parking, because I never
getting
got
hangry again.
I never got your answer.
Okay, sorry.
Where were you looking internally then? You talked about that you talked with this company, you looked at some sites.
Mhm.
Where are we looking? I mean, we're in an approval PUD process, so
Yeah.
I want to know what we're talking here. If we're going to approve it, where are
Yeah.
they?
So our stalls internally, the one that Drew did point out, it's a good one. And then there's also over towards the east more, right in that little area where it says tot lot, that little area would make sense as well, where those stalls are located to kind of, we can twist stuff around. And we looked at turning
Those
units.
stalls right there that he's in,
Yeah, and then on the other side as well, we can angle units differently. See how that building's coming down? We can rotate units around. We looked at there where the pickleball courts are, because our neighbors have been a challenge with their use right now. So we've gone back and forth. Do we put units where your window's looking out at the trailer storage, or do you put Drew's point where pickleball courts are allowed? They actually are. So we kind of shove them in that corner, but that's also an area we looked at putting parking in. We're trying to get this right, but we're working with, I mean, if we would have cookie cuttered this out, which you guys ask us not to do, you would only be seeing a small portion of this. So this is a lot to chew. 345 units is a massive takedown. But I mean, if we just blocked out what we want to do for the first phase of this much of a project, you would only see this. So it's really hard, and I hate to say this, but I anticipate that the build out rate of this, yeah, we'll probably be back in front of you guys saying, hey, we want to change a product type. We want to move stuff around. This worked, this didn't. And unfortunately, because of the massing and the sizing of this project, it's kind of inevitable
It
maybe.
is a lot of acres to have a crystal ball on, for sure. Garth, I wanted to address the value of these units. That they sell roughly what I've been seeing is 20 to 30% more than if it didn't have the overlay. The bigger advantage it has is they develop out much quicker. All the developments that have had this overlay, they sell out on lots. Their lots are sold out. They're developing faster than they can build. And that's an advantage to the neighborhood. That's an advantage to us as the developers. To not have a project take 20 years to build out because the demand isn't there.
What's a big advantage to get this?
It's a really big advantage. This isn't just kind of, if we get it, great. If we don't, great too. It really does up the value of the property, which this property is going to be expensive to develop. A lot more money than just regular property. Otherwise, it would have been developed out by now. With the clay issues, that's why we thought, okay, maybe this would be a good spot for that. Does that answer it?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, public hearing.
Hi, I'm Brandy Perry, and I'm the owner of Vacation Resort Solutions. I manage properties in Coral Ridge. I have on-site people that live there. I also have on-site people that live in the casitas at Sienna Hills, where I also manage. We have strategically chosen to manage in Washington because of the vision we see here. It's beautiful. We personally live in Washington as well. It is the gateway to the parks. It is just an awesome place to be. We attract really great guests. I have really strict rules that we go over and a big understanding so that we know exactly, they know what is expected and we do as well. We take down their license plates, so if I see them parked in the park over at Coral Ridge, I know who to call. We're there patrolling, we manage the property. You're right, there are other people that don't.
You're exactly the reason why I think it ought to be under one house and one roof, because in the areas that don't have it, I mean, you understand, you see
I
it.
do. And the problem in Coral Ridge is that the HOA has allowed personal owners that are not living here to manage the properties. So they're not here.
Individually.
Correct. Whereas the casitas, they're not allowed. There's 3 management companies that are allowed to manage in that HOA, and I'm one of them. So this is everything to us. It's important to us that our reputation is good. We want to make sure that, you know, the community's enhanced, and we want to make sure that our guests are following the rules. I can assure you I've never had anybody up all night partying. We do not have spring break kids coming. We have a rule, they have to be at least 26 years old. So we're a little bit more strict.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Where's the casitas?
That is off
Sienna
of
Hills.
Washington Parkway
And
and
off of which
Grapevine.
one?
It's, yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's the
Okay,
one up
all
on the
right,
other
all
side
right.
of the wash.
Gotcha.
Yes. And it's zoned, with the exception of that, the homes right against
Yeah,
Copperleaf.
We had
They're-
the buffer, we built the buffer in.
Correct. And it's worked out really well. We've also taken an extra step because we do understand that parking can sometimes be an issue. We as a company have purchased storage units so that we can allow, if they can't fit it in the garage, then they can park in our secured area that we have. We provide them with a code of where they can take their boats. Most people can fit the quads in the garage, which has been great. So we put that in our rental agreement that if they can't park it in the garage, it has to be in a storage facility. There is nowhere to park over at the casitas. Coral Ridge is different. There's a gravel dirt area where we can allow the guests to park their boats because they won't fit in the garage. Most of my clientele,
What's that gravel dirt area?
Jack Fisher, I believe, yes. Most of my clients are owners that use the properties, but I book around those times. And so yes, we're booked during President's Day and the marathon, which brings a lot of revenue to our community. Not only that, we're providing jobs for people. I have cleaners that are just doing phenomenal. We have 6 crews that we keep constantly busy with full-time work. So just what we've been able to provide and just getting people here to go to the restaurants and, you know, just bringing that revenue here has just been really exciting. So it's just something that we take pride in. Washington has been exciting. I don't manage in other areas such as Paradise Village or the Ledges because I don't want to. I want to manage here. It's a great area. So that's just a little bit about us. We're pretty hands-on is the type of company we are, and we take pride in what we do. So any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. What do you see in occupancy rates?
I have some that are occupied 70% of the time. It just depends. I have some that the owners don't ever use, maybe 1 or 2, and they're occupied a lot. But most of them, people are buying these as a second home, and then they want to have that extra income to kind of facilitate and take care of their mortgage or, you know, their bills. And so these properties are so well maintained. The properties I've been doing this for about 4 years out in Coral Ridge, and they look wonderful. They're in great condition. They look brand new, and it's because they're really well kept.
I guess the reason I was asking is one of the questions we as a council have debated and discussed is when we zone something like this, really how many of them are going to turn into overnight rentals? Because we realize, you know, some are going to be owner occupied, da, da, da.
Yes.
Do you have a feel for those that you manage that fall within that turn into just, I don't know.
Coral
I'm
Ridge.
just asking for any input.
Sure. Coral Ridge has probably 10% owner occupancy. The rest are all nightly rentals or long-term. We do have some long-term rentals that we manage in there as well, but most of them are all rentals.
Gives me kind of a feel.
Yes. Casitas, it looks like, well, because on that one side, I don't know if you guys have been by there, it's not building out as fast as the vacation rental side
Correct.
is. And so those are all owners that use it. And then we book around their stays.
Well, understand that. I mean, that's the draw, right?
Yes.
The owner can buy it and then offset their costs. through the
Exactly.
overnight rentals. And I mean, it's a good way to make a second property pencil and get, you know, more of the out of town traffic down here. So
Exactly.
I understand why it's done.
Plus, these properties are not sitting vacant. You know, a lot of times when you have the second homeowners that live, they're sitting here for like 6 months out of the year and they're vacant, they're vulnerable. If they were to have a flood, something happened, the insurance company's not going to pay for that. So it's really good to have those second set of eyes to make sure these properties are well maintained. So, any other questions?
Yes, one. We've heard a lot of comment tonight from the bordering neighborhoods. I was wondering, how would you do, if a neighbor outside the park or the development, I'm sorry, had a problem? You know, one of our concerns is we don't want a lot of calls to the police department. How would they notify you to let you know that there was even a problem outside that could be part of your study or part of a mitigating?
That's a very good question. I have signs outside of all my windows, and of course, if it's only one management company, they would know who to call. I answer my phone all the time, and I have people that can help me as well. But we take it very seriously. We have never had the police called on any of our rentals. We don't want to waste people's times, and we want to be able to fix the problem. And sometimes it's just as simple as calling the guests and just, you know, letting them know, and it's able to get resolved. So if the homeowners felt that they need to call me, I am very open to that and would be very willing to help resolve any issues that there were.
So your sign would have your number on it and they would
Yes.
get the number and keep it on their fridge or whatever. And if they had a problem, they would call you, and that
Yes.
would be like 24 hours?
Yes, sir.
Or would it be your on-site manager?
No, it would be 24. Our phone is 24 hours. So we answer our phones all the time.
Well, I just heard concern tonight, and I certainly see advantages to overnight rental. I do. But I also want to make sure that the neighbors that live around them,
I understand.
they're not on vacation. You
I
know?
understand.
And I appreciate them being here tonight and sharing their concerns. I appreciate the developers. I'm a developer, geologist. I know I've been on all sides of this also. So anyway, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Oh,
I have the job.
I was going to say, if the TVs hadn't been here, I was going to say, can we just hire you within the city?
Yeah.
Take care of all of them.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
My name is Larry Murray. I'm a homeowner up in Bella Vista, and I'll try to make my comments fairly brief. I hope actually the couple points I want to make are kind of moot points because first of all, I don't agree with the product itself. I actually support a product that really is more of a mixed product, that maybe when the developer proposed something that feathers in multifamily with single residential. So I hope this is just a moot point. But in my mind, overnight rental, it just doesn't make sense. And my reasons are, first of all, our area is not a resort area. It's already been brought up. We're not Coral Canyon. We're not Entrada. You can put the pickleball courts in. You can put the swimming pools in. We still don't become a resort area. The second thing is I really think the market for overnight rentals in the area is oversaturated with not only the existing stuff, but other new planned projects coming in. My third point is that this overlay now mixes overnight rentals with other units that are not overnight rentals. And I just can't see how you can actually enforce that over the long term. We're not going to have the overnight rental police out there saying, that's a unit that you cannot rent, and this is a unit across the street that you can rent. So in my mind, what's going to end up happening in this entire area in the long term, the big picture here, is that if this is a saturated market, if owners find out that they can't get the clients to come in, that eventually this area morphs into something that looks like a giant apartment complex, because people move it more into that kind of direction. And certainly I don't think the city council gets what they would really like, which is probably something that looks a little bit more like affordable housing, entry-level housing for folks that want to come in. The mayor's kids want to live somewhere, apparently. Can't put them anywhere except this basement. So, so I just wanted to make those points. In my mind, hopefully it's just a moot point anyway about the whole overlay. But if in fact it does come to become this product, I'm arguing that I just don't think the points make sense to me.
So I would agree with you that at some point we're going to hit a saturation point, right? The market's going to bear that out. But right now, what we have up and running, really, you're right. We've got several that are coming online, but there really isn't a whole lot that's up and running. But it's interesting that we're the 5th highest grossing Airbnb city in the state of Utah. So what that means is we have a lot of them in Washington City. They're just in the neighborhoods. And if we have projects like this, what that does is dilute the ones that are in the neighborhoods, right? Because I would venture to guess that up in Bella Vista, you have overnight rentals that are or homes that are being used as overnight rentals, and you don't know it.
There are not. It's impossible to do it. The HOA enforces that. There are no overnight rentals in Bella Vista.
Troy, I don't think they can afford them.
Well, hey, look, there's Airbnbs in Entrada. There's Airbnbs in Kayenta. There's, they're around. So
right, and I mean, and to be honest with you, Troy, at the end of the day, I just as soon have neighbors down there and not tourists. I'd like to see it develop into a neighborhood, a stable neighborhood, and not a tourist hood.
I can certainly appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks for your time. It's getting late.
I just mentioned that about my children, and not just necessarily for this, but if you got a home for sale, it's in a pretty good price range. My son's looking. So. And then I can move my daughter out of my house.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll make this quick. The clock's not running there. I'm at 2:59. Okay.
She's
Terry
having
Keith,
issues,
Bella
so
Vista.
it's no issue.
I just had a question for Brandy. Brandy, you said that you have storage sheds that are available. Are there going to be any storage sheds in this project? In this project? So everybody's going to have to park either in the big parking lot behind Horizons West or in these pocket parking areas. But there is no parking, or there is no storage at Bella Vista, Brandy. I'm sorry. I called them and asked if I could rent someplace. They said you're on a waiting list. It'll be about 6 or 8 months. So I don't see how that's really feasible. So if you do approve this, which I'm not sure in favor of it, because it is a massive project. There were no short-term rentals that I recall in the original project that came in. And this just seems like an awful lot of short-term rentals, that you really take care of that parking, or you're going to have them all parked on Bella Vista Drive. Because if I've got my big Ford pickup truck and a big 18, 20-foot trailer, that's where I'm going to park it. And I'm not going to call you. I'm going to call the police department. In fact, I'm not going to call you because I'm not going to get your magnet thing and put it on my refrigerator. And that's been my experience. People do not call property managers. They call the police department. I manage the police department, so I do have some knowledge of this. And that's fine, but it is going to increase the workload. And I think Chief Keith would probably have some input into that would reflect mine. Oh, I was okay, sir. He would. Oh, no. Yes, I know, but what I was talking about was the issues. You're right, not as this public hearing.
He would deal with the results, I guess.
Yes, two different things. Sorry, Mr. Carter. Absolutely. But it will impact the department and thus the city.
I'm curious,
and I've asked, for some data on this, what type of issues that they have up in Trends West on the other side of St. George.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I would think that they would be similar, and because at the end of the day, they're similar product.
Well, that's certainly something that Chief Stratton's records, it should be able to pull those statistics
Well, I'm
quite
curious. So
easily.
one of these days, hopefully, I'll see it because I'm curious to see how that is. Does it? Okay.
So, and I agree with Larry. I would much rather see full-time residents as neighbors, which was pointed out by one of the planning commission members that we should get to know our neighbors when we were in front of the planning commission, which is a valid point, but it's kind of hard when they're coming and going. And every holiday weekend, the little traffic problems that we might have are going to be massive traffic problems. So when the traffic count's conducted during the middle of the week, when it's 105 in July and it's after the 24th but before the 24th and there's nobody here, that'd be our luck that that's when the traffic survey says, yeah, there's really not an impact here. So things to consider. Thank you for your time. And I only took 1 second.
Good point. Good point on that.
That was quick.
So good morning. I think this is running late here. I'm Ken Cole. I'm from Bella Vista. We spend the first couple hours tonight talking about making a neighborhood resident place. And we talked about the pros and the cons and your decisions you have to make and the developers, what he needs to do and the residents. And then we come here and say 70%, over 70% of the units that we're talking about could be overnight rentals. I mean, that's a little bit convoluted for me. Or is he trying to place that we want a residential area and then as it goes by, it just becomes overnight? I don't know if Washington has a policy is that when we build new residential areas, are we incorporating overnight rentals in there now?
As applications come through.
Or is it more of a building short-term rentals alone? And later on, if residents build there, and that's, buyer beware. But all the residents and the neighbors that were here before all have been living in a residential area for all these years. I'm a newcomer. Before 8 years ago, I didn't know what St. George was. I was a nomad. I spent 45 years in the Air Force, and I went to every Air Force base they sent me. When I came here, this place just was so special. First thing I knew was the big white roads. I never seen that anywhere else. But what it showed is that you and your predecessors had a vision. And Art took a lot of my thunder, so I won't go with that there. But it was just so impressive to us that all the other places we looked at, I'm from Pennsylvania originally, is that this is the place I wanted to put my roots. The quality of life, the balance between development and the residents' concerns seemed like it always took place here. And my thing is, just the short-term part really disturbs me now after we talked about we're going to make a residential area. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Any questions?
Maybe just some quick comments. We haven't gone back into existing neighborhoods and said, here you can have overnight rentals. And when those applications have come through, they haven't come through under our
Well, there is a
our
process,
council, but
yeah.
the prior council, they were denied because they felt like even if a subdivision wasn't built out, they want to do overnight rental. That's selling a bad bill of goods to the people that did buy into single family without that overnight rental overlay.
But there is a process for existing homes that want to go into that. And part of that process is that the neighbors approve, and you have to have a certain percentage of your neighbors that will.
So what
approve
we're
of it.
saying
it's
that this development and 70% could be short-term rental or designated 244 units.
Well, what we're
I heard.
looking at is if we decide that they ought to have some overnight rentals, what I look at is how does that mitigate the surrounding landowners and I don't want to have a party house right next to your house. You know what I mean? What's the distance from the other neighbors? What's the barriers to their inconvenience? On the flip side of the overnight rentals, you moved here because you like the area. A lot of these people are coming here to take in the area for a weekend and whatnot. And when you have stuff like this and they're coming down, they don't have fridges that are full. They don't have, stuff in that apartment to eat and whatnot. So they're coming out into our community. They're bringing funds into our community that does fill the bottom line of how we provide services with police department, fire department, and whatnot. We get it from sales tax and property tax.
Yeah, there's a balance.
And so it's good to find some fine line between the two. So
I mean, look, on the west side, it's going to be right against the people in that other development there.
I'm
Okay.
looking at that as
I just
well.
want to make my comments.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Oh, come on. Did you have enough to say last time? Probably.
Ron Romney from Bella Vista. Again, just one thing I'd like to point out, you probably know this, but if short-term rentals is approved for this particular area, we're concentrating primary in this corridor along Telegraph, where the majority of the short-term rental overlays are being approved. You've got Coral Ridge, you've got the casitas at Sienna Hills. Someone told us that there was another one just approved down the road. Again, in one of these gateways to the city, we've concentrated a bunch of it. According to the map that's published on the website, there aren't any other places designated in the city except very small ones that are for.
Not currently designated, but they are being planned for in the fields and
Well, okay, that's something that you would know, but we couldn't. The other thing about it is that we've been told that it attracts a lot of more capital into the area, and the comment was made to us at one of the meetings that we had with the developer that they intended to market some of these to people who would buy an entire building with the purpose of renting it. We're planning to live there, using it as a short-term rental as a revenue stream for them. And that's certainly, well, that's certainly within their prerogative. Is that really what we would want to be happening? I don't know that that's correct. The other question that I had in looking at the map about the parking lot over there is the access. It looks very narrow to me, and I don't know how you turn a big boat with a trailer around and get it parked in there. So I don't know that that's really been thought out that well. So there's a lot of issues here that more questions again than we have answers, and I would hope that you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romney. Come on up here.
I'm just curious about one thing. Don't residents spend money in the community?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So if they're all residents in single-family homes or multi-family units, they're going to spend money here 12 months out of the year. When there's only 70% occupancy, there's going to be 30% of the time there's not anybody here to spend money. So
Good point. Thank you. I didn't mean it literally.
One more comment. Oh, yes, you did.
I did.
I listened. I agree with Charles, what he just said. I like that. And then I just keep thinking again, Telegraph is the main street through Washington City, and coming from the Parkway all the way through. I would just like to see it just look really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a second. Anybody else? I'm trying to create levity.
Mayor, seeing nobody else come up, I'm going to make a motion that we close this public hearing.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
Aye, the aye.
Fellas and I.
Nice night.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Really, we truly appreciate your time and your concerns, and developer also. It's not easy, When you have the fastest growing community in southern Utah, it's a challenge. See, now when I grew up, it was 500 people, and you guys are all foreigners to me, so. No, you're here for the long term. Right on. Thank you.
I don't mean to discount the money that people spend in the community. I just know that when I'm at home, I don't spend near as much as when I go out of town. And that does help because you're forced into
Thank
it.
you.
So that's all I meant to say.
Item 7, ordinances. Took away item 7A, didn't we? 7B, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request 7Z-17-09 to change the current zoning designation from open space to residential single-family 10,000 square foot lots, R-1-10, located approximately 4400 South Washington Fields Road.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, of course, our next items are 2-week holdovers, and this is the first one being entertained. The applicant's requesting again the change of zoning for approximately 10.938 acres. That is from the open space designation to the single-family residential 10,000 square foot R110 zoning. Request, of course, is for the purpose of developing this parcel into future residential development. So the plan designation for this location was recently amended to the low density residential, which carries a 3 to 4 dwelling unit per acre density ratio. Surrounding zoning of the parcel is R18 to the north, open space to the east, Stuckey Farms PCD to the south, and agricultural 20-acre minimum to the west. Staff's reviewed the requested zone change, finds it conforms to general plan, zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-17-09 from open space to R110. If you had any questions for me.
Drew, at Planning Commission, there was a question about access onto the road.
That's on the parcel. Yeah, actually for both of these. What will happen is this parcel has a stub road that comes down from, it's called Iron Horse. Yeah, I want to make sure that that was the right name, and it's roughly in between those two, like where it says point of beginning and then that thing, there's a stub road actually there's 2 of them on each end. So this will actually feel like it's a continuation of Iron Horse, even though it won't be. Now, I think they're working with that developer, seeing if they want to incorporate maybe some same things since they're using the stub road, same things in meaning HOA, CC&Rs, etc. So we're hoping that still might come about. But yeah, because of the distance between Iron Horse's inlet and the inlet going into Stuckey Farms, and the size of Washington Fields Road being a 100-foot major collector, they weren't allowed to get that on this particular side. And so they will be entering this area when the subdivision comes to you. And we've seen the design already. We just can't show it during zoning issues. So, so yes, I'm glad you brought that up. The access will come from the north.
Mayor, if there's no other discussion from the council, I'll make the motion that we approve zone change request Z-17-09 to change from the current zoning designation of open space to residential single-family 10,000 square foot lots R110.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second.
Trurick, aye.
Nice night.
Bellis, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Right, that is approved. Thank you, gentlemen. Item C, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-17-10 to change the current zoning designation from open space to residential single family 15,000 square foot minimum lots R-1-15 located approximately 4400 South Washington Fields Road.
I'll keep this short because we don't have to travel too far. It's just travel across Washington Fields Road to the west. And this piece is one of those unique pieces that has Washington Fields Road run through it. This is the R115 zone. They basically wanted to do 2 lots here. There was a question in Planning Commission about access. Lester's worked that out, and they're going to give him access, but it'll be kind of like a simple hammerhead, a shared drive, because it's on this side, and it will just be a simple. It won't be a full-blown curb opening, but they'll be able to access in and come across this. And so that was worked out. It'll end up being a hammerhead, and there will be a lot on the north and the south, with the entrance being right in the middle. To kind of work that out. The Planning Commission unanimously voted approval on this one as well. And just know if you had any questions during your 2-week holdover.
Yeah, why did they do it R115 instead of like
Like R130?
Well, yeah, it's going to be a 1 acre plus lot.
Yeah, because you can see that it's it's going to be basically 1 1/3
Yeah,
at least,
the
but
only concern I really have on this one is I'm fine if they want to come in and do 2 lots. What I don't want to have happen is come back and say, I got R115, so now I'm going to create a couple of flats.
It's really rocky.
it is. It's going to be a difficult piece anyway because of that.
But we've seen people try it and stuff like that in the past, right?
Exactly. So I guess my recommendation is that if you felt strongly about that, I think you could change that and say, we don't want to do an R115, but because again, you can modify, to my understanding, the way our zoning ordinance reads. Well, the only one I have in an R, the highest, the biggest, is an R30, and that's 30,000. So you're talking it's 3/4 of an acre, but it's still going to be smaller. But that the problem, if I go above that, then we're getting in because it doesn't mesh as well with the general plan.
We have an RA1 zone, right?
We do, but that falls in a state general plan. I mean, the R30 kind of does too, but I think we can justify better as a city calling it an R130 versus doing a residential agricultural 1 acre because it doesn't fit. Well, you probably could. I would hope. Again, that one might defer that. Yeah. I would think that you could.
Well, one thing that you got though by going R115, when they come back in and plat it, that's you can hold them to the plat and say, look, what's presented to us is 2 lots, and you're doing something different. We're not going to accept your plat.
Yeah, and I can show you ones where they said, well, it was presented to us at this, so we gave you that.
No,
So
that's what I say. No,
this is what the end result was, and by the time they come back, well, hey, we've got the vested right to do R115, so we're going to try it, and then you kind of stuck. I'd rather do it R130 because that's what they said they want to do is 2 estate lots. Well, that's fine.
Well, even at that, if they went with 3 lots, what would it hurt? I mean, what if they decide to do something different?
The access would
As
be more
long as the
difficult with
access
3.
stayed, you're going to have to access it off one access.
I don't care if they want to do it.
I mean, if you
3 lots. What I don't want to see is 6 lots trying to come off a hammerhead, so we got double flags off of it. You know what I mean?
Because I think worst
And
case
I understand
scenario
hillside
would end up
rocky is
being,
kinda screwy to deal with
let's just say they waited and held it out thinking, I'm just going to wait for this whole group to get changed, over the years. They're just going to hold on to that piece. And then they come back and try to do, but again, I think the worst case, even if that held out, would be 4 lots. We're not going to give them double flags. We just don't do that because of fire, because it ends up being that narrow thing. And then, it's going to be, well, you guys could be gone too. This is my, we're all gone. Yeah, and they'd have to change. So that would be, there would be those limits on it. Mayor can build a home for his kid on one of these and then take care of half of that. That's true.
Can we approve it as an R130 then? Yes or no?
I think you have the right to. I don't know where she went. You're not representing any of these. She must have. Yeah. Well, Brandy represents. She's representing Mark Newman in this case. So.
If there's no other discussion, I'm going to make a motion that we approve granting the zone change request Z-17-10, change from open space to residential single-family 15,000 square foot R115 lot.
I'll second
Nice,
it.
nice.
Tell us tonight.
I wanted a debate on that thing.
No, I'm not,
All right, that's
not that
approved.
emotional about it. I just don't want to have somebody come back and bludgeon us with it.
Item D, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-17-11 to amend the Sienna Hills Plan Community Development, PCD.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is ending its 2-week holdover, and I hope you all got the email. We had Kathy research that vote that was in question. Indeed, it was a 4-0 vote for approval. So I really want to make sure that everybody understands that was a unanimous decision by the Planning Commission on this one. Again, I can go in there basically changing the areas here in the south, turning the especially parcel 15A2 for vacation rental. We're changing the densities in 1614A, and as we added 2 weeks ago, section or neighborhood, I think they call them neighborhoods, 18, and the densities went up on it as well. And you had that chart in your reference there up to, I think, 20. There's some of them are 22 and 24. They eliminated, again, neighborhood 19, which was south of this 18, and just realized it wasn't going to work and happen.
Well, I think that was one thing that wasn't really discussed much was by eliminating 19, they've increased the size of that park down there. So they've eliminated those densities. And my feeling is if they're going to eliminate densities there, they ought to be able to transfer.
And again, we wanted to point out that Silt was very, very great to work with on the road, and they lost densities there as well, as we pointed out. So with the loss of densities, the overall project, we're still, Sienna Hills as a whole is coming in way under what the approval way back when, even before my time, what they presented were going to be the densities here. The whole project so far to those areas that have been developed have all come in under every time the density. So I feel that we do have room to adjust and make up and do some of those. And so that's what they're hoping, especially in areas 16, 14A, and of course the vacation rental in 15A.2 area right there that they want to do as well. So with that, staff was in favor. Planning Commission reviewed it and recommended passing of it unanimously at 4-0. Be glad to answer any questions the council might have on this amendment to the PCD.
Is section 3 an overnight rental also?
Yes, that's the one we've talked about tonight quite frequently.
That's the one that she's managed.
This is the casitas that Ivory Homes is building.
And I don't want to villainize overnight rentals, but it always catches my eye being a teacher, the school right next door to it. I just would hope that I understand the reason for the change, but I would just hope that in the future that would be recognized up front for future school sites to be away from overnight rentals.
Well, it was discussed. It was discussed quite well in that meeting. There's 3 of the council members here were part of
In
that,
fact, I voted against it.
and probably for that reason.
And I voted for it for that reason.
So no, it was brought up. It's not one of those things that wasn't part of the discussion. It was.
They don't allow overnight rentals directly adjacent to it. They have moved them off.
They buffered it.
And tried to buffer it somewhat.
You knew they were going to.
That's a point well taken, Al.
So it was brought to that attention and talked about. Now realize this road, even though it may look kind of small here, it's one of the major roads that goes through Sienna Hills. But hopefully you've been across it. It's going to be quite active, etc. there. So, but it was a part of the discussion and topic that was.
Well, I've been pleased with everyone's comments about Sitla and how good they are to work with and how they do quality projects. And I know that that's something that they probably already consider, but just for a comment, I guess.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Up for making a motion?
If we don't have anything, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-17-11 to amend the Sienna Hills Plan Community Development PCD.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second.
Ivy, aye.
Bellis and I.
Nice night.
Turek, aye.
On that, Tara, if you would just, I think it says zone change twice. Maybe we could just, for the minutes, take one of those zone change. 7D. You just want to make sure we nail
There was an emphasis on that particular zone change.
in there. You're good at those puzzles, aren't you?
Item 7E, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-17-12 to change the current zoning designation from open space to residential, single-family, 15,000 square foot lots, R-1-15, located approximately 3,300 south, 1,600 east.
Mayor, just to clarify that, I used to stutter as a kid, and I think that's probably what happened is, so, and I'm not joking. I
You do a
used to
voice to-
stutter as a
voice to
kid.
text?
So did I.
Yeah. Okay, I'm moving on.
Hey,
The
Drew.
applicant is seeking for a change from open space to R115. The commission looked at it, unanimously recommended approval, Z1712. This is a fairly simple, unless you have any questions, I think this one's ready to
I
go.
do. I don't want to slow things down, but would you back out to where it shows the road accessing the Southern Beltway there? To the right now.
Okay.
Is that somewhat an accurate depiction of how that's going to enter Beltway, just for reference point?
Yes and no. It's not.
It's going to follow the bordering property line? Because I noticed that.
Well, we don't know that for sure right now. That's what we're still working through as we go forward on these. And that will, so we're trying to, we've talked with your friend who came in, and that's what we're still hoping is to follow those property lines right there.
Well, after you visited with him, I just noticed that there's a section of property that's owned by I think the road department.
Yes.
That would make sense if that's where it would access the Beltway, but I just wondered what the plan was, just as that
We're
goes
still not sure
forward,
if it's
so I
going to
can
have
answer
more of a
questions.
loop in it, if it's going to, I mean, those things will come, and we're going to try to get here, but again, we're dealing with the debris basin on the west and Highway 7 on the east, and we're trying to do what we can to fit those on property lines.
Where that's a grade separated thoroughfare, they're gonna have to do a fair amount of design to make that work, so.
Yeah, so we're keeping all that in mind, and we're trying to, again, get that line on those property lines if at all possible. But there's still the possibility that a few people may have it cut through their property. Your friend's property may get nailed on the top northeast corner, and others that might be affected by that.
Just as a note, Drew, he mentioned how professional you are, how great you are at your job. So just to hear
Caught me on a
that.
good day, maybe a lucky day. But no, I appreciate that. But yeah, here's just a quick point of what we're trying to get it on that. Well, now you can't see it as well if I back out, but there's that gray line right there that we're trying to get that to work.
Mhm. Yeah.
I think I'm done.
Go ahead.
If there isn't any more discussion, I'd make a motion to approve Z-17-12, approximately 1,600 east through 3,300 south from current open space zoning to a proposed single-family residential 1,500 square feet R115.
I'll second, but with 15,000 square foot minimum lots. Said 1,500. I'll do it.
They're just more affordable that way.
I guess.
Well, I have a motion in a second.
Turek, aye.
Nice and I.
Bellis and I.
Ivy, aye. You put his Tonka truck on it.
You got 10 times the density. you
Exactly.
want.
Yeah, you just got
Maybe you can transfer some of that to the previous applicant.
Item 8, bid awards, consideration to award the bid for the Washington City Slurry Seal / Micro Servicing Project 2017. Mike Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. On April 6th, we opened the bids for our slurry project. We had 3 bidders. American Paving came in at the low bid of $392,991.81. Morgan Paving came in second, and then Intermountain Slurry came in third. You have a copy of the bids in your packet. American Paving has done our project for the last 2 years, and we've probably done a total of 8 years. And you also have in your packet the roads that are going to be involved in the slurry. Telegraph is actually going to be a microsurface, which sets much quicker. It's a little more costly, fills in ruts, fills in little imperfections. But on Telegraph, it's really crucial that we get that to where we can open the traffic right away.
All the way down Telegraph.
I think it's just to 500. Well, we're doing all of Telegraph.
So explain to me what's in a microsurface.
Microsurface is basically the same as a type 2 slurry, other than it's got the polymer in there that's a fast setting polymer. They use a different application. It still comes out of a truck like a slurry, but they'll either use almost a paving machine or a pole box behind it. So they can lay it down as a thicker unit to fill, and it'll usually go down as a 3/4 inch, where a type 2 is usually about a 3/8 inch.
This is just for my own curiosity. We don't ever chip seal?
No.
It's one or the other, right?
Well, it's a different process for different things.
Roads. Well, I mean, St. George chip seals all the time, and that's why I'm just curious.
The thing with the chip seal is it adds a really good wear surface, where a slurry seal adds the oil back in. It has a rejuvenator that will rejuvenate your existing asphalt. The chip oil doesn't rejuvenate, but it creates a really good wear surface. Cost-wise, chips, where St. George puts it down by themselves, it's a fairly inexpensive, but they're moving away from chip seals quite a bit and moving towards.
It's a good wear
slurries.
surface for vehicles. It's horrible for bicycles.
Yeah.
We're finding more of our roads have to become more bicycle friendly.
Yeah,
So
your
that's part of
neighborhoods.
what's driving there.
That's why St. George is going away from it. It's just the complaints you get, especially bicycle kids on a bicycle. If they dump it over, it tears the hide right off of them. So, and the other thing is cleanup. We will look at chip seals on a more of a country road without curb and gutter, just because the cleanup is so intensive. You're constantly running sweepers picking chips up.
What does the mobilization mean on the chart?
Mobilization is different for every contractor. Some is the mobilization they'll put in just their cost to mobilize to bring the equipment in. Some contractors actually put their part of their profit margin in mobilization. But normally mobilization is the cost to mobilize to come in to do the job.
A lot of jobs they'll have to transport in big equipment, stuff like that.
Yeah, American Paving is out of Las Vegas. The other two contractors are out of Salt Lake area. And all three of the contractors have done slurry projects for us in the past. So we're very, very happy with this bid. It's good pricing.
If you're good, I'll make a motion that we award the bid of the Washington City slurry seal to American Paving or American Pavement in the amount of $392,991.81.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second.
IVI.
Ellis and I.
Nice night.
Rick, aye.
Hey, Mike, get them paved. Thank you. Special events. Consideration to approve a special event for Ram Company Annual Family Picnic. Be held on May 13, 2017 at Highland Park from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Applicant Ram Company.
We had several of the applicants here. In some cases, are you with Ram?
I just flew in from Nashville a couple days.
Sorry about that.
So am I.
Yeah.
So we have 8 to 2 actually. 8 o'clock we start setup, so we pay for our setup time. Really, we'll start having people gather about 10:30. This event we do in conjunction with. We actually have about 40 people that go golfing. We'll be golfing in St. George this year.
Shame on you.
Well, we kind of move it around. Ram tries to share its love.
Yeah, I know.
We do love Washington City parks because we get to use the water. It's been cleaned off the patios and make sure things are good that way. It's really challenging when we have to haul in water for. So we have about 250 employees.
Oh, great.
If everyone brings one person, 500. I mean, there's possibility it could be more than that. Sometimes it's small children. This year we're doing a carnival theme. So we'll have like Go Fish Pond, just some beanbag toss games. We always have a DJ at the park. We love Highland Park. It has adequate parking, which when we schedule an event, we always want to make sure that we have adequate parking. We do a safety walk before making sure there's no heaves in the sidewalks, because we had an issue one year with those in St. George at one of their parks. So anyway, so it's carnival theme. We'll have vendors doing food. We usually have them catered. Now we're just getting too big to do it ourselves. We should be done by 1:30, but then again, we want to allow enough time to be able to clean up. So we've paid for the park for 2 segments of time, but I'm sure we'll be clear by 2, I hope.
Everything's clear through police department and all that.
Yes, they've signed up. Wow, okay, all the documents are there. So. Great. We're glad you're coming to Washington City, and I'm going to make the motion that we approve the special event for Ram Company Annual Family Picnic held on May 13th, 2017, from the hours of 8 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Turek, aye.
Nice night.
Ellis, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Thank you.
Oh, an invitation.
Item B, consideration to approve a special event for the All Connect Party to be held on May 20th at Green Springs Park from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Applicant Genevieve Bracken, All Connect.
Yeah, I think we're probably all right. They actually were here and left. And as far as public safety, Chief has mentioned that all 3 of these applications, because they're repeating applications.
Yeah,
we've had
I was
them
just gonna
before,
say, these are ones that have been.
he's approved them. He's just out of town.
So they've got their documents, their documentation's here. Sure. Anyway, so.
Let's have a consideration.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the special event, All Connect Company Party.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second.
Turek, aye.
Nice night.
Ivy, aye.
Thank you. Consideration to approve a special event for the Out of Darkness, wow, community walk held on September 30th at Highland Park from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Applicant Emily Horner, AFSP Utah.
Says September 30th.
What did I say?
I'm fine with it. I wouldn't expect the application
It's good
that
planning.
much early.
I think they want to make sure they get it. This is an event that happens annually up there.
Yeah.
This is a suicide prevention walk.
Oh, that's right.
And whatnot. It's an
That's what
annual
it was.
event that
Okay.
they hold. It's a great event. So I think they just want to make sure they have their dates secure. With that, Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the Out of the Darkness walk for September 30th from the hours of to Highland Park from the hours of 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Ivy, aye.
Ellis, aye.
Nice night.
Turek, aye.
Okay, we've deleted item 10.
Yeah, the
D.
last one is,
Deleted.
he said requested that be deleted.
Thank you, Denise. Anything to report from your committees? Thank you. I do have one thing. May 6th is the Ironman breakfast for mayor's breakfast. It's going to be separate from Cotton Days this year. Separately, I don't know what we're going to get from support from the U City Council. Do you know if we are?
I don't know. I'm sure they'll be there to help. They plan on it every year. And
Well, they canceled it, and I canceled it. So,
They canceled it.
well, the chairman of the
Canceled it.
Cotton Days canceled that event, and I canceled it. So,
Well, Mayor, I would hope that if you have a desire for you and the council to be there, that as a council, we can make a commitment to be there and help you cook. Now, I don't know as far as setting up and grills.
no,
You
they'll
want that
handle
all
that.
handled
We'll have
and
that.
taken care of?
Andy will be up there willing to help that out.
I went
And-
last year. I had a good time. It was fun.
Well, and it's a great event. We're only going to do it from 7 to 9. We're not going to keep it open like we did. It's all right. But if you can come. It's
What date, May?
May 6th, Saturday the 6th of May. So,
From 7 to,
7 to 9. Just show up with a spatula.
where's it at?
Up by the
Right at the top of
Springs.
Main Street.
Main
as you
Street.
Come under the underpasses there. But we have the power trucks and all out of the way by then, so we'll have room to.
I doubt it, but we can be right there. We'll be right there on that. Why?
All the trucks were, the overnight rentals that were taking place.
City manager report. Okay, then we'll move on to item 12.
To the length of time that I thought.
You want to report anything, Roger? All right, then I think we need to move on to item 12, a closed session.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we
Oh, yeah, go.
leave our city council meeting and move into a closed session to discuss pending or potential litigation and to discuss purchase or exchange or lease of property. Oh.
What?
All right, only discuss pending or potential litigation.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Bellis and I.
Nice night.
Rick, aye.
Okay. Take a 5-minute break and then